assets to make sure that this doesn't get worse, because I do think that the U.S. has like a direct vested interest in Mexico not being run and like overrun by cartels. We have an immediate vested interest in this. Isn't it crazy how beautiful the country is? Look at that. That's amazing. And, you know, it's just sad that it's being, you know, run by people like this. It is. So lots of tourism. Well, it's more than tourism, right? Because like you look at, like, for example, like what do the cartels do, right? I mean, they do human trafficking. They send drugs over. And also, like, you got to keep in mind that, like, if they're destabilizing an area, keep in mind that what happens beyond that is that you also have people that are, you know, leaving the country. And so, like, they have those people come over here. Like, yeah, do that shit over there, guys. Like, stop fucking with us. You know, leave us alone. So, official sources have confirmed it, that Mincho is dead. Well, I'll pull that up in a minute, but like just looking at this is pretty shocking. So the entire place is turned into a total fucking a shithole, right? No doubt you get screws, but keep asserting this is a U.S. strike, but all other sources are attributing to Mexican feds. Your sources, the U.S. did this. I mean, I don't think that the U.S. probably, like, if you want my honest opinion, I think that there's a good chance the U.S. did do this, but we're never going to see that being the case or not. And I think that's really what's going to happen, right? Is that you have, you know, any of this happen, right? And, you know, it's like the public story is going to be different than what happens privately. So, yeah, it's not the U.S., it was Blackwater. I mean, maybe, right? It could have been one of our militia groups or like, you know, private, you know, like a, you know, fucking, what do you call it, mercenary groups or something. I don't know. But anyway, let me go back and see if I can pull this up. Smoke rises from sieging cartel attacks and checkpoints arrest Puerto Vaquera following the elimination of sieging leader known as El Mincho. Holy, look at this. What a nice place. Oh, yeah, look at this, a PvP server? Well, that's the thing, is like, I mean, this is a beautiful place, and, you know, turning it into a PvP server, it's just ridiculous. And let me see if I can pull up the other information about this, because biggest blow to organized crime ever delivered by the Mexican government. I mean, again, I think that it's a time, like, if this is what's going on and they're actually, like, doing this, they killed him because he knew too much. I think they probably killed him because they could, right? They thought that they had the assurance. They thought it was time to do it. I mean, the thing is, like, eventually something like this is going to happen with a lot of these cartel leaders and anybody else, right? It's like if you're a criminal or you're breaking the law or anything, like, you run the risk of this happening. So, yeah, that's really about it. And he didn't want to be extradited, maybe. Can you do a quick recap of what's going on? Yeah, sure. So, basically, let me see, Mexico, what was this here? I guess cartel. I mean, that's probably the best way that I can look at it. It has to get worse before it gets better. Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. And so here's even more information about this. Like, I didn't even know it was this extreme. Mexican authorities have killed some drug cartel head, and the whole country is in chaos as terrorists launch coordinated attacks. And I think that, again, like, this really goes to show, I mean, there were some people that were, you know, critical of Trump for designating a lot of these cartels as terrorist organizations. I think that, you know, now at this point, there's like nobody that thinks that they're not, right? I mean, like, everybody, we can all clearly see that this is what they're doing. They're terrorists, right? This is what they're doing. So, yeah. And you didn't realize the Mexican cartels are pretty much run Mexico. If you take out one of their head leaders, it's going to pop off. Well, the thing is that, I mean, again, it's like what, like, I mean, do you really think that the Mexican cartels are like more like militarily situated than, let's say, the Venezuela army? Well, I mean, obviously they're not, right? I mean, of course they're not. So if America is able to just capture Maduro with no casualties, the odds are if we wanted to go in there and wipe out the, yes, if you think that, you're delusional. You're actually delusional. Like, listen, the guys, I mean, the reason why the cartels are powerful is because, number one, they have a lot of money, and number two, they operate through fear, and they're very good at effectively Machiavellian politics. They're very good at this. And so no chance they are, yeah, they actually are, no joke. I mean, well, wait a minute. Like, nobody actually thinks this, right? Like, the cartels are stronger than the Venezuelan army? Well, I'm going to just pull this up real quick. No, they're not. Like, it's not even remotely close. Like, it's like a mountain versus a molehill. Like, you look at the Venezuelan army had, like, multiple, you know, fucking, like, anti-aircraft missiles. Like, which cartel base has anti-aircraft, you know, missiles? Which one has this? Like, they have jets. They've got tanks. What is this? Because, brother, ask Grok, because chat clearly disagrees with you. Well, I mean, just think about this for 3 seconds. I think Venezuelans are great. Cartels are more organized. Guys, I really think that So this is the thing that I think a lot of people don't get, right? The cartel, you think they're more organized than a Venezuelan army, and they're a jobless option. Guys, this is not, the cartels ran Venezuela. Yeah, it's a different cartel though, and it's also, they're doing it with the military. It's a totally different thing. If the cartels were stronger, the cartels would have taken over Venezuela. Well, but yeah, cartels don't have to get power. The cartels are very good at guerrilla warfare. I think that honestly, I think that a lot of the guys that run these cartels are really smart guys. They're smart people. Like through, I don't want to get into details, right? But like through a couple of, levels of like separation, I've known people that are involved with this stuff. They're very intelligent, and they're, like highly focused, highly Machiavellian, and very ruthless. And I think that they know how to do business. They do, absolutely. So yeah, that's for sure, right? I mean, I live in Texas, and so yeah. Anyway, let's go back. Venezuela fuck up the cartels. Well, I mean, they're good at politics because they're able to get around it and prioritize ending up, and that's obviously what the goal is. But anyway, let's watch this. Look at that. He's setting shit on fire. Oh my god. Yep. Look it up. You guys really, everybody really wants me to. What is a more effective fighting force? What is a stronger military force? Mexican cartels or the army? Okay, so we're gonna just a second. How do you spell it? No, we'll look this up. You guys are so certain about this. Venezuela, I can't spell. Like I literally just cannot spell. Okay. All right, I don't even know why we're doing this. It's just such a waste of time. The Venezuelan army is clearly the stronger military force. It, obviously. Duh. Of course. Like, it's just... I don't even know how to even say this. Like, it's such a stupid thing to say. It's unbelievable. Like, duh, of course. Of course the military is going to be stronger than a militia group. Obviously. Holy shit. Anyway, none of that really mattered. What kind of hard question is this? The people, I think they very massively overestimate these groups. Uh-oh. People run away. Cartel is too smart for this? They only care about money? See, that's the thing, too, is that, like, usually the cartel never does anything like this. Like, I'm actually really kind of surprised they're doing this. Because, like, at this point, right, it's like now you're creating a permission structure inside of, because, and I'm not in Mexico, right? But this is probably what I think is going on in Mexico. And I'm making all this up, by the way. Just keep this in mind. I'm making all this up, but they have to? Well, I don't know if they do or not. But, like, basically, I bet a lot of people in Mexico view the cartel as a devil you know versus the American military and the United States of America. They might not like the cartel, but at least the cartel are Mexicans. And so, really, they don't want, like, there's probably a large amount of people politically in Mexico that don't want the United States military to come in and help them with the cartel because it's going to look like a military incursion into their country. So that's logically what's happening. You ever start Sicario? Well, I'm talking about, that's a movie, right? I'm talking about in reality. So they're saying, yeah, it's a false flag. Well, I don't know about that. And so the reason why I find this to be surprising is that if they start terrorizing the people that are living in Mexico, I could see that culture shift. I could see people now at this point saying, you know what, I don't care about this. These people are attacking us. We need to make this stop. Kind of like what happened with Venezuela, where like a lot of people probably like, yeah, they might not have necessarily liked Maduro, but at least Maduro was a Venezuelan, national. And so they wouldn't want to see this person get kidnapped. But after things get worse and they get worse, then very clearly a foreign intervention is much more welcomed. So with the cartels attacking and blowing things up and bombing things, it makes me believe that it's not even a cartel. And I know this sounds crazy, but like every interview that I've seen with these guys from the cartel, it seems like they just want to make a lot of money and do whatever the fuck they want, right? Like they don't want to start a war. They don't want to have to deal with like a fight with the Mexican government. They don't want to have to try to fight the United States. No, why would they want to do that? And so it's like CIA. Well, I don't know, right? I mean, but like it could be any number of people, right? And so they don't seem to have a good reason to do this. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't seem like it's in the cartel's best interest to commit random acts of terrorism around Mexico. It doesn't seem like it's in their best interest because them doing that creates a permission structure around the military being justified in going after them. And it even creates a structure in, like the U.S. Delta Force going after them. Do you think they want that to happen? No, they don't. Even if they think they can win, they don't want to have that happen. They don't want to have to get in a fight and waste their time, money, and have some of their guys get killed. So why the fuck would they want it, even if they think they're going to come out ahead? So that's really what it is. It's somebody's lesser smart ones going berserk, maybe, but like, I don't know, last ditch effort? I don't even know. Like, it just, you see what I'm saying, right? It doesn't make sense. None of it makes sense. The leader was killed, that's why. So what? If you're that leader, do you really think El Mincho didn't have like 50 other guys that were ready and they had like different pieces of like the leadership reins to take over? I mean, the odds are, think about it. The guy knows he's wanted. He knows he knows it's probably going to happen, right? One way or another. And also, like, even if he doesn't know that, like, there's very clearly, there's going to be betrayals. There's people that shoot each other. There's inter-cartel violence. There's plenty of this. So yeah, they probably have a next in line. Of course they should have that. The last 2 years already happened 2 other times. This is par for the course when there's a major shakeup within their org. Yeah, I don't remember like these random acts of like civilian terrorism though. I think that's the big difference. Like something like this, I don't really see that happening. Yeah, look at all this. This is crazy. And this is the guy. So they did apparently kill this guy, right? And I don't know why she's saying the Trump administration did this. It seems like it's unlikely that's the case, or at least there's no information that that's the case. They create an atmosphere where they show that they can do what they want. Yeah, but like, I don't think that's really going to, creating an atmosphere where they show that they can do what they want, I think that's like the opposite of a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? The more that they try to message that, the more that there's probably going to be a pushback. Not special forces. These are members of a drug cartel in Mexico armed like a military unit. What is this? Yeah. Yep. Yep. Amazon gear? I don't know. I've just got a feeling that, like, those, that helmet that, what's his name had, Palmer Luckey had, he brought to, like, Joe Rogan's show, and it's like a helmet that, like, lets you see in the dark and things. I've got a feeling that they probably don't have those, right? And so, it's just the kind of, all the gear, no idea. Yeah, the thing is that helmet's useless. Surely it's useless. And, anyway, let me go back. I'll look at the rest of this. El Mincho, the leader of Mexico's Siegen cartel, is killed in an operation, led by the Mexican army. So cartels in Mexico move like militias. They're heavily armed and dangerous, secure massive amounts of financial backing from criminal enterprises. Oh boy. And so what are they? I don't even know what they're saying at all in this video, right? I don't know. But is this video shows a portion. What is this here? A portion of the cartel. Is this it? So this is their military? Uh-huh. That's the cartel? Yeah, I didn't know because they had the lights. Man. Do you think the past year or so of squeezing on these organizations causes some unrest? I think it probably does. I think that the more difficult ways to, like, this is kind of just what happens with anything, right? It's like the thing I've always said, when the well runs dry, people begin to eat each other. And really, they probably had, like whenever Biden was president, things are probably great for them, right? Because like, they were bringing stuff over, people were going crazy, everybody was like, popping off, and, they're trafficking people in and everything. It's AI. No, this looks like basically a, just like a militia, right? I mean, that's a lot of them too. And before this is linked as an ICE video? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, it seems like that's part of it. Hyper-violent cartel was heavily militarized and outgunned police and Mexican military. Oh boy. And cartels are good at one thing, sneaking drugs into America. Yeah, I mean, they're very good at that. But I think also, like, Trump locking down the border probably made things a lot harder for them. So I bet probably in the process of that, they've, probably struggled a lot. The news that the log is based in Portugal? No, I didn't hear about that at all. I have no idea. They're being squeezed? Yeah, they're being squeezed, and I could see that happen. You know what you're talking about? The burning of civilian operations were done in response to possible capture of the leader. They do this to halt military from leaving with their leader. I'm sure they didn't know he was actually killed and taken to a hospital. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, like, I still don't really see why that would even happen. Like, they're burning it to try to stop them from leaving. They're just going to drive around the truck. Like, what do you mean? Like, if this is the military, do you really think, like, a burning car is going to stop a military vehicle? I don't think that happens. Like, what do you mean? And also, they have a helicopter, so why would they set a car on fire? It doesn't even make sense. So, yeah, this in Loa. Oh, I don't know about that. And but this is an older video. It definitely is. And you can see this is basically like Al-Qaeda, right? I mean, they're using, I guess, Fords instead of Toyotas, right? A little bit different, but overall, this is pretty much what you can expect. Let me see what these other ones are. Cartels are fighting back in Mexico. Oh, boy. Here we go. So this is another one. Uh-oh. It's 15. Let's go attacks. What's this here? Yeah, I don't know what this is. Prevent the leader of this person. 4 adjacent states carry a series of attacks. Yeah. That you think they did this to prevent it? Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Maybe as something that they did beforehand. Yeah, I could see that happening for sure. Killing Mencho is not going to solve cartel violence in Mexico. The narco business in Mexico is a private, discrete business at one point between wealthy, independent farmers. I mean, in my opinion, there's no like one guy that you can arrest and this stuff goes away, right? I mean, clearly, right? What is this?
If we declare war on the cartel, these dudes are not going to understand what the is going on. If we organize these tier 1 units against them, what I would be doing if I was down.
The thing is that I remember whenever this clip came out and it happened, and people were saying, oh no, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Then after the Venezuela operation, and they're like, yeah, they just showed up and everybody started dying and then we were bleeding through our ears. And then everybody was dead. Like... After that, I haven't heard anybody saying that ever again. Oh my God.
Down there, like, be getting ready to retire right now. That's what I would be doing. Because if Delta Force was funding me, bro, I would be so
2025. He knew.
Terrified.
Is that a real thing they've proposed doing?
Yes. That is a real thing.
Who proposed that?
Trump had said something. We're going to mobilize tier 1 units against the cartel. The only thing I thought was like, retire. If you guys got some money, man, I would like put that away. Yeah. You know, like maybe move Jamaica. I don't know, go somewhere. Yeah, buy a restaurant. Like try to go legit because, dude, if those guys are hunting you, you're done.
Yep, there it is. And he's special forces himself. Yeah, exactly. And the cartel with the discombobulator. Well, what you have to keep in mind is that like, if you think about like, you know, what they used in Venezuela, think about the fact that that's probably the tier 3 option. There are probably like 2 tiers of like weaponry that are above that. Do you really think that like in order to get like, you know, some 2-bit dictator out of Venezuela, we actually brought out the big guns? Fuck no, of course not. No, we probably just used what we needed to do to neutralize an infantry, you know, unit, and then that was it. So yeah, space laser shit, exactly. Like, I mean, we literally have battleships that shoot laser beams. Like, yeah, it's over, guys. Sorry. If they want to go after them, it's over. And Mexican military killed this guy, widely considered the most powerful cartel kingpin in the world. Oh, boy. Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see what happens, right? These are some of the older ones, right? And, here's another clip, too. And war in Mexico, explosions and attacks against civilians after they took down El Mencho. Civilians are paying the price. The leftist government's covering it up. Is this person from Mexico? Let me read this here. And so, yeah, they didn't even use the Goy beam. No, they didn't even hit him with the Goy beam, man. And so what's the point of tier 1 and 2 units if tier 3 is being used only? Well, it's very simple, right? And so, like, for example, if there was ever, like, a serious military confrontation, like maybe against China or Russia or against Iran, and then, you know, there's Chinese and Russian troops there with their technology, then we would use those tier 1 and 2 like resources, right? I mean, that's obviously the reason. And so like, if you're showing the way that is, like, for example, like the atomic bomb, like people didn't really know how bad it was probably until we dropped it on Japan. And then after they saw that, oh, wait a minute. Hold on, whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute, because you think, nah, they knew? I don't think they did. They said no more, exactly. And so, yeah. And I said, no, thank you, exactly. I mean, and the thing is that that's the reason why you don't use that. Like, that's what you think about it, right? Stalin was impressed? Yeah, I think everybody was. He said, what the fuck, right?
Su puta madre.
No, they said, you bet you can't do it again. Then they capitulated. Yeah, well, then we did it again. And then they capitulated. Then they're like, okay, I get it. Yeah, look at all this. Holy fuck. I guess they must have blown up a gas station or something, right? As Rubio said, if they don't know, now they know. Yep. If they didn't know, now they know. And yeah, there was this here. They knew what it would do. First one tested, didn't know if it was going to start the atmosphere on fire in New Mexico. Yeah, but like I don't think that the you know, like Japan had like an understanding of how severe it was going to be. And it's not Mexican Army, brutal cartel, Jalisco New Generation Cartel. This is the main one that they got there. They got his guy or their guy. And let me go back. I'll see if I can pull up any more information about this. This again was 2020, right? So it was quite a while ago. This is the guy they caught. And let me see if I can pull up any more of these too. Because yeah, there's even more of these videos. Holy shit. Oops. Went back and forth. Suppose you're gonna start killing civilians? Maybe, yeah, I don't know. Xi Jinping was the worst group? Yeah, I mean, I think that if they actually really want to get rid of the cartels, they have to press the attack, right? Because the problem is that if you go after these people and then you don't go, basically, there will be another El Mencho, there'll be another El Chapo. Like they're going to just find another guy to run the mission and to run the organization. Like you can't just cut off the head of the snake and then assume the snake's going to die. It's a hydra. Now there's going to be 2 more heads. Now there's going to be more people. So like if you have them, you know, like disorganized or something like that, you got to go after all of them, right? And if you don't do that, it's probably just going to make them more extreme and more militant and more aggressive. Like I don't really see that happening. There's 7 of 10 major cartels, mostly all rivals, if not united, and not united. Well, of course they're all rivals. I mean, obviously. I mean, now would they work together in order to try to, like, I could see cartels potentially trying to work together to, like, resist military influence, but, I mean, again, I think that's, like, inner politics stuff. I can't really be sure about that. I don't think anybody can be. It's probably, like, the information about, like, whether that's true or not probably doesn't exist, realistically. Man. They have in the past. Yeah, sometimes they make alliances. Yeah, I mean, I would. I mean, if I was them, I would make an alliance, right? I mean, that would be smart if that's what they did. Holy shit. Do you think they'll cancel the World Cup games in Mexico? No. I mean, this is like one day. I mean, the odds are like they could probably get rid of the majority of this in maybe like 3 months. Like that's kind of what I would assume. They probably get rid of it in 3 months if they really went after it like super hard. But it depends on if they want to do that. I mean, it finds it to be unlikely. So you have to go after politicians involved as well? Well, of course you would. Yeah, I mean, duh, of course you go after politicians that are doing it. I mean, honestly, looking at this is incredible. Like, this is a huge scale of violence. Like, I mean, I don't really know exactly, like, how much it really is, because, like, let's say you burn down, like, if you blow up, let's say, 10 gas stations, I bet things would probably look something like this. So it's harder to be sure, but, like, just looking at it, it looks a lot more substantial than what I would expect to see happen, right? So, yeah. Smoke is violence, basically. It's basically World War III slowly revving up. No, this is just a Mexican cartel that's getting, you know, like, that's getting attacked. I mean, I don't think there's really anything World War III related to this at all. Let's see if there's any more of these. Yeah, we saw this one before. What about this one? That's all guns? Holy shit. God damn. This is the main place Americans vacation and own second homes and condos in? Yeah, maybe. I mean, and that's the thing, right? Is that if they are doing that, and you know, like they're attacking this, maybe that's because they think that it was America that helped them, you know, help them get their guy, right? Help Mexico get their guy. I mean, that's what it probably seems like, right? And the Mexican government has some 30 cartel members to the U.S. to be prosecuted. That was a long time ago, right? And let me see if there's any more of this information to look at. But so, like, where's the Mexican military? What I'm assuming, and like, I don't know, but like, what I'm assuming is that they probably don't want to activate the military entirely. And I think that probably there's like multiple reasons for that. Like, I would assume that the cartels and opposition to the cartels is probably very politically complicated in Mexico. Like, there's probably an element of fear, and there's also probably an element of nationalism. So because of that, I could see them not wanting to do it because it's kind of like a don't ask, don't tell thing. That's probably what's going to happen, but I don't know. And cartel's no joke. They're compromised, and I think also the big reason, the real reason why, is probably because there are people inside of the Mexican, the Mexican government that are, you know, like part of the cartel, or they're compromised by the cartel in one way or another. I'm not saying they're being paid by them, but something's happening, and it's pretty obvious. Cartels integrated into police force as well. Yeah, exactly. Like they're integrated in, because that's really, I mean, like think about it. Like if you were running the cartel, like that's obviously what you would do, right? I mean, clearly. I'll see if there's any more information about this too. Major events are unfolding in Jalisco State, Mexico. Situation leader is reportedly killed. They're reporting it was a joint U.S. Some are reporting it was a joint U.S. and Mexican special forces operation. Who knows? His reported elimination triggered immediate cartel retaliation across Jalisco. They're killing police, setting vehicles, buses, and structures on fire in multiple cities, including Puerto Vallarta and Guadalajara. Armed gunmen are attacking areas around Guadalajara International Airport, causing panic and major disruption. Road blockages and coordinated criminal activity spread across the region. Air Canada temporarily suspends flights. That's probably a good idea. U.S. Embassy issued a security alert urging Americans to shelter in place in Jalisco. Holy fuck. And not restricting flights in a 10-mile radius. Oh my God. Wow. Wow. Holy fuck, man. And YouTube videos of El Mencho offering Hispanic streamers for insulting him online. Well, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. I mean, like, yeah, exactly. I mean, this is, yeah, some guy in Mexico thought he was going to talk shit about the cartel and they killed him. Like, it was stupid to do that. Why would you do that? Like, really? And also, like, he pushed his luck, too. The thing is, you shouldn't have done this. Like, yeah, let's be real. Why would you do this? And anyway, yeah, guys, let's round up. Yeah, exactly. Like, what are you thinking about? And anyway, a citizen leader was killed. What is this here if I find it? And Sedena is a special forces or elite Mexican army unit specializing in counterterrorism, high-impact operations. So this is what it was, amazing work by the U.S. Oh, I don't see anything about the U.S. It doesn't say anything about the U.S., does it? I mean, I don't really speak Spanish, but, like, I'm not seeing anything here. It doesn't say anything at all about the United States. Like, what is this? It's in the post? Like, I don't see that at all. And U.S. intelligence, she's leaking attack? I guess so. But it doesn't seem like that. It literally said joint operation. Really? I mean, I didn't see that. Estados Unidos? Okay, let me see what this says. United States. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, Durante esta... I bet this is that it? I mean, I don't know, man. And so does it mention gringos? Yeah, you just post a picture in AI and have it translate it? Okay, let me see what it says. Open image. I'll have the Google Translate, okay? Save image as, okay, and let me look this up. Where is it? What does this say in American? Just a minute, let's see what it says. Here's translation. Okay, Secretary of National Defense reports on Operation Detain Ruben Mencho. Lomas, the military makes it known that through the intelligence work of the National Intelligence Center, the Attorney General's Office of the Determic FGR, and in coordination with Special Forces of Mexican Army and the National Guard, an operation was planned and carried out in Tlapa, Jalisco. The operation involved various aircraft from the Mexican Air Force as well as National Guard. I'm not seeing anything here about the United States. I don't see this anywhere here. Yeah, maybe it's on the second page. Let me open up the second page. Yeah, page 2. Yeah, let me see what it says. Do it for this one, too. Okay. It's right there. It should be noted that for the execution of this operation, in addition to the central military intelligence work, it was carried out within the framework of a bilateral coordination and cooperation with the authorities of that country, the United States, with complementary information provided by the authorities of that nation. Well, there it is. So we did actually help get him. So we helped plan it? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I bet they probably don't have satellites and shit like we do, right? And so, like, yes, okay. Well, now it's certain. We did actually help them get this guy. And before it was uncertain, now it's not. And right-click the image and Control-C. I don't know how that works at all. But let me see if I can pull this up. Where does it go? This is some other fucking bullshit. I can't show that. That's some bad shit. And the last part specified the U.S. Army Special Forces. Wait, did it? Let me go back and see it. The U.S. Army... Oh. The wait, what is this here? The op involved U.S. Army Special Forces and U.S. provided intel. Well, I don't know about I didn't know if they said that at all. I'm pretty sure they didn't, but either way, you know, like they clearly had the United States help, right? Who gets the $15 million? I don't know. That's a good question, right? And so 2009, the biggest exporters of fentanyl to the United States. Involved heavily in international drug trade, present in all 32 Mexican states and most influential, in direct competition with Sinaloa cartel, have also been known to field technical type vehicles and drones. So these are the guys, right? And so, holy shit. Well, wow. Holy shit, man. And the cartel's trying to storm several airports. Yeah, I did see that. I mean, like right now, if somebody else wants to link me some extra information about this, but right now it seems like that's pretty much everything that's happened. Bad translation. It's not talking about special forces, but special equipment. Yeah, again, it could be a bad translation or something else. And see if there were any bets on this happening. Maybe, right? I don't know. And Eric Daughtry post. Yeah, I'll see if there's any other posts that are like worth looking at here. I'm not sure. Oh, here it is. Here's another image right here.
I don't know if you can see that, but I can see the flames underneath that black smoke. Major flames there, huge plumes everywhere. Another big one over there. Another one directly behind this resort we're staying at. Pretty much surrounded by this right now. Really intense scene happening here in Puerto Vallarta.
Holy fuck.
Tomorrow, but the airport is shut down as it is right now. And as I understand it, military may be getting involved soon. Power may be cut very soon.
Wow. Wow.
So,
holy shit. Jesus. God damn. And you're fucking about, yeah, wow. I love how there's just a guy riding around on a fucking horse. Oh my, it's like Rust. And what is this? The cartels are now setting trucks on fire. Is this it? This truck doesn't look like it's on fire. Or it's not on fire. Now it's on fire. Yep, it's on fire now. I see that. Yeah, because look, you see that, right? I mean, yeah, that's, yeah, now it's on fire. And I threw it up. Well, they probably just put, you know, like a fucking, like a lighter fluid all over it, right? Or like gasoline all over it. And so this is them again. Mexican army took issue and killed them. Trump's been pressuring military for action for months. Yeah, I mean, this is... Again, like you remember maybe like a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, that there were a lot of protests in Mexico that people were angry that, you know, like basically like they had to board up the parliament building and everything. And like a lot of that was because of this indirectly. So it seems like those protests, you know, in one way or another seem to work, right? I mean, like it seems like they did work because now they're doing something. She's in on the drugs? Well, that's what a lot of people think. They think that she's either in on it. Well, and here's the problem is that a lot of the people, I think, are probably not in on it, but they're just compromised in one way or another. They don't want to deal with the cartel. They think that there's more important issues. They don't really care about it. Maybe they're afraid for their own safety. Because you've got to keep in mind that, like, I forgot which mayoral candidate there was, but holy fuck. God damn. Holy. They kill anyone who isn't? Well, yeah, there were a lot of political candidates that were killed by the cartel. They don't want to get decapitated? Yeah, exactly, right? What religion is Mexican president? I don't know what religion she is. People say that she's Jewish ethnically, but I have no idea, honestly. I really don't know. But total mayhem. What is this here? This is more of it? She's Jewish? I don't know if she's like... There's people that are like... Jewish is an ethnicity, right? There's like... Being Jewish and being white, for example, are two different things, right? That's like... Jewish people are Semitic race. White people are different, right? Or like Anglo-Saxons. And so like... There is a difference there. So like... I don't know if she's like ethnically Jewish or like religiously Jewish. Both, neither, or what. I don't know. Jewish is not a race? It is. Look it up. Yes, look it up. I mean, like... Come on, man. Oh boy. Do Reddit mods work for you on your sub? I got banned. Good. I don't know why you got banned, man. Like, this is the thing. There's always people that come and they complain about the like, why you got banned. I don't know why you got banned. I don't know what you posted. A lot of times things get deleted. Like, any sort of, like, complaint, you got to message the mods. Like, if you're coming into, like, my stream to, like, complain to me about it, you're just wasting your time. Sorry. Holy shit. So now everybody's laying down the airport, because apparently there were shots fired in the airport. Yep. Oh boy. Do Reddit mods work for you on your sub? I got banned. Good. I don't know why you got banned, man. Like, this is the thing. There's always people that come and they complain about the like, why you got banned. I don't know why you got banned. I don't know what you posted. A lot of times things get deleted. Like, any sort of, like, complaint, you got to message the mods. Like, if you're coming into, like, my stream to, like, complain to me about it, you're just wasting your time. Sorry. Holy shit. So now everybody's laying down the airport, because apparently there were shots fired in the airport. Yep. I shared my brain tumor story. Good to know you're a dick. Well, I don't know what happened. I mean, I had nothing to do with it. I mean, if you're going to try to make like this emotional blackmail thing, like you're wasting your time. I don't know what happened with your thing. I have no idea. So, I mean, you're getting mad at me. The thing is that if you're coming into my stream to complain about like my moderators, you're interrupting the stream and the content to complain about some other like personal issue you had on the subreddit. It's disruptive. And I mean, again, like there's a moderator, like there's a system to dealing with that. And so like if you're coming and interrupting a stream to do that, I mean, you're being a piece of shit, right? I mean, there it is. And it's wasting time. Shouldn't an airport be extremely safe? Yeah, it should be, right? Of course. What's the point of them going nuts if the other one's just going to take over? That's what's confusing to me too, right? Question, gets mad at the only piece of shit is you, child. Okay, you're getting mad for some reason? Okay, I'm just going to ban you. Like, I don't want to deal with that. I don't want to deal with any hostility or any sort of like aggression at me. So like if you're getting aggressive or you're complaining or getting mad, I don't want to deal with that. Okay. Sorry, like that's not, I don't allow that in my environment. Like I don't let people talk to me like that. I don't want to have people that act that way to me. It's clear that you're emotionally compromised. I don't deal with emotional people. It's something that's very unpleasant and uncomfortable for me to deal with. So anyway, let me go back. I'll see if I can find the other comments about this too, because that's weird. I don't want to look at that. And yeah, there's more of this probably that's coming out. I'm down. Yeah, I don't deal with emotional people. I can't. I mean, honestly, like it makes me extremely like uncomfortable being around emotional people. I hate them. And let's see if I can pull up any more of these here too, because there's probably going to be more information about it too. Okay. He posted another video. I'll see if there's another one too. I haven't checked yet. Same. Yeah, I can't deal with that. Oh, they're burning down the Costco. The cartels are actively destroying civilian. All right. Send in Delta Force. We gotta shut this down. We gotta shut it down. Send them in. We gotta get this before things get worse. Uh-oh. Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, that's what's really confusing to me is like, I don't understand why they're doing this. I don't get it. Like, I don't see how this is in their best interest. So they're just setting everything on fire. They're big mad? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I just... Maybe, instill fear in the Mexican people. Yeah, but I feel like that's a bad thing. If the Mexican people are really afraid of them, then wouldn't that mean that they'd be more willing to, like, let the military go after them or allow the U.S. military to do that? I mean, I feel like that's... I think that would have the opposite reaction in my mind, right? So I don't understand that. Not the $1.50 hot dogs show you don't mess with them. You should leave them alone. I don't know, man. And so it just seems like that's not really what's going on, but who knows? Does it foreshadow if they kill the leader, what'll be next? It'll be much worse? Maybe, but like, I mean, I don't know if that's going to work, right? Especially if they ended up just getting one of their guys. So they also don't have a plan. I mean, I'd be shocked if there was no other plan at all. So where's the rest of this? You remember, they've issued major threats threatening to forcibly enter homes and hotels at 5 p.m. if their demands are not met. Oh my God. Mexican Secretary of National Defense has released their first statement. Is this the one that I just saw a minute ago? Let me go back and double check. Yeah, it is. Okay. Cooperation USA, common information. Yeah, this is the same thing I saw myself. And that's an escalation. Yeah, like if they're just going into people's houses and doing that, I could see this being like a huge problem. And let's see here if there's any more of this that's worth looking at. But yeah, this seems like a massive fucking crash out. Mexican police officers being gunned down throughout the cities. Holy shit. We can't show a dead body if there is one. Sorry if so. Jesus. I'm assuming that, like, I probably will just pause it there. And let me scroll down and look at the other ones. And there is. Yeah, I would assume so. I'm just not going to watch the rest of it. And this is the Costco right there. And if there's any more information. Do you think Trump is to be blamed for this? By labeling them as a terror group, they're now backed into a corner like a wild animal. They refuse to back down. Now I understand why they're blaming Trump for this. Well, I mean, like, I don't really understand this. So, like, what's the alternative, right? Like, let me just kind of get into your brain with this, right? My God, Trump has blood on his hands. So why would Trump be in the wrong for this? I don't understand. I mean, like, because, like, I don't get this. Why? How is this Trump's fault? I mean, they're burning down the Costco, and Trump caused them to do this. Why'd they burn down a Costco? They pull it up. Retard? No. We'll listen to what he's saying, right? I mean, like, who knows? It could be something good, right? For sure. Surely it will be. Cartels need groceries too? Yeah, like, where are they going to get hot dogs? Like, what the fuck? They'll have to blame Desson, just like the death counter disappeared on CNN after Biden got elected. Well, I don't know about that. I didn't see that. I mean, don't tell me you typed all that out. You've been talking about this for a bit. Like, you've been typing for 15 minutes. You can't say anything? I'm just saying you should have handled this in a much better way. Like what? Like what? What do you think he should have done? Yeah, I'm just confused. Never mind, sorry. Yeah. There's no other way. The thing is that, oh, you can't call them terrorists because if you do, then they'll terrorize everybody. Ah, geez, guys, isn't that a little bit of a self-report, right? I mean, like, what is this? Like, because they are targeting, I mean, they're not, like, if they were just fighting the military and police, I would say, yeah, sure, who gives a shit, right? But, like, if they're going after and they're targeting and attacking civilians, that's terrorism, it is. And, like, I don't see how it's anything other than that. So, yeah, didn't the Mexican army do this? Why the fuck is Trump being brought up? Well, because we helped them. We clearly helped them, and that's the reason why. As if they weren't terrorizing before. The country itself has corrupt parts and needs to be fully rooted out. Yeah, exactly, right? And it's too bad. How do we de-escalate this? Yeah. And this is National Guard elements attacked by cartel armored trucks. And this is also, yeah, we saw this one a little bit ago. This is whenever that truck hit them, right? And so they're probably going to push back on this for a while. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I would assume that. And where is the rest of these here that's worth looking at? Because there's probably going to be more of these too. Oh boy, there's 2 more. Holy. Wow. Towns are going into red alert. No leaving homes for 3 days. Oh my God. You always want to whine and complain about how someone in power does something, but they never think about the best way to do something effectively. Well, and this is, you're very right about that. Oops, just a second, let me turn this down. You're very right about that. And this is a big problem that a lot of people have whenever they're talking about like anything like this, is that whenever people complain about the method used, they never really have an alternative that has any sort of logical sense to it. It's like, oh, well, we can just diplomatically do this. Like, and it's based off of, I think this is the issue too, right? Is that these are people that live in countries that are like hyper-policed, hyper-safe, and there's no sense of this happening in their own country ever. So they can't even comprehend the idea that there are people who don't listen to and don't care about diplomatic solutions, and they make decisions based off of the threat of force and that alone. And that's what the cartel generally does. I mean, not all of them, but like that's what they will do if they have to. That's the way any of these groups do. So I think that a lot of people have been effectively defeated by peace, right? And so like, like victory has defeated you. I think that's unironically what's happened inside of America, at least, is that a lot of people believe the false reality that like you can somehow like stop these people from doing this, or you can explain it to them. No, there has to be like at some point there will be a, like a massive amount of like bad action, right? Something bad will happen, and it's just inevitable, right? Audio recording of 2016, Elmencho ordering a police officer to relax his officer. The officer quickly complies. Yeah, I remember seeing this back in the day. There's another one here. Children, by the way? Yeah, of course, the adults have them do that. You're scared of kids? Well, yeah, because kids get older and they turn into an adult. Like, it's like if there's a small snake, you want to get rid of the snake early on. That way it doesn't turn into a big snake. You stupid? Duh. Like, what are you talking about? Of course. You retarded? That's 6 years ago, by the way. Yeah, I'm sure it's gotten a lot better. I'm sure, surely they don't do that anymore. Will Mexico now be refugees in the United States? I think we should help the Mexican government if they ask for it, and that way they don't need to have refugees, right? I mean, that's the main reason why. But let me go back. I'll see the rest of these here too. But yeah, it's been a whole lot. Turn a small snake into a big snake and teach it to consume your enemies? Yeah, right. And anyway, where's the rest of these? Where the fuck is this? Pull up the rest of the other comments about this too. We need a duh emote. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of people like, this is the big issue that a lot of people have, right? This is more gunfire that happened today. Damn, bro, he just sitting in his lawn chair. Remember when we got rid of Gaddafi? I'm gonna be honest, Gaddafi was a G. He was. I mean, he had slaves, right? But I mean, George Washington had slaves. So like, that's not, I'm not gonna rule him out for that. But I mean, bro, the thing is, no, look at this. Look at this. Oh my God, this guy looked like a G. Look at this, real quick. God damn. God damn, bro, look at all that. He got that shit on. So we had to get rid of him, bro. He was dripped the fuck out. Look at that. He spoke about 9/11. Yeah, absolutely. Gaddafi got disposed. Now there's new slave markets. Yeah, I thought that. I don't know why we killed this guy. I thought he was all right. Gaddafi killed terrorists. He's a true G. Yeah, he was a real one, man. Jesus. You know, one of the things about Mexico, I'll wait till it shows a little bit more. One of the things about Mexico that's always been like really kind of surprising to me is that like you'll have like it's the wealth disparity in Mexico is like so pronounced and dramatic. I think Brazil's like this too, where like you'll have some fucking like nice ass like $10 million yacht next to like a fishing boat that's owned by like some, you know, native Mexican, and, you know, they're trying to catch 3 catfish so they can pay for fucking food for the next week, right? And that's it. It's just crazy for me to see the difference. It is. China the same? Yeah, it's because like look at this. This is a shithole. It's a shithole. It's nothing like those other places. Yeah, look at this. I don't want to travel to Mexico. I wouldn't go there today. I mean, I've got plenty of friends, people I know go to Mexico pretty regularly, right? I mean, like my dad, like he was talking about, because like we knew this other guy, right? He's Mexican, and so like, and he would go back and forth to Mexico to get drugs, right? And so that's really what it was. And so because of that, I mean, like he was talking about going out. It's fine, right? I mean, yeah, a lot of places are fine. Shit. You do a hair transplant in Mexico? Yeah. The wealth gap is crazy in Jamaica too? Yeah, maybe you're right. It's risky as fuck. It's not. It's not a shithole that's common in Mexico? Really? Is that true? You know, I want to go on Google Maps and see what Mexico is really like. Because I'm actually really curious. Yeah, I want to see this. It's common? Yeah, popping off? Yeah, like, because I haven't seen this at all. Is it a decent view? It gets worse? This is common in a lot of countries. I mean, that sucks. Yeah, I mean, goddamn. Hiding behind a pole? I mean, what else are you going to hide behind, man? Yeah. It's like a Batman movie? Yeah, exactly. It's like, yeah. It is like a, well, wow. Look at that. Yeah, this is like the beginning of like a Call of Duty mission. It is. This is like Call of Duty. 50 cops dead already? I wonder what the military is doing. That's what I'm really kind of confused about. Why isn't the military being deployed? And like, why? Because like, in my opinion, like if I was the Mexican government, I would have immediately put on national, like a fucking martial law. Like the moment that like this stuff started happening, like all over the place, immediate martial law. Like, what are you doing? Cartels are in the government? Yeah, but like, wouldn't you say they're also in the police too, right? I mean, I just don't know. Like, I mean, again, it's a foreign culture to me, so I'm not really sure about the details. Here's another one too. It's in every country in the world except for small city-states. Check out places like Skid Row or Appalachia. I mean, I don't think you can really compare this to Skid Row, right? I mean, like, this is crazy. It's a country of places, except there's wealthy places. A lot of China Gibbs and China Gibbs. What's a China Gib? Yeah, is that a like Gibbs, like welfare? Like, I mean, like I obviously know that term, right? But like, I don't know. Can you recap what's going on? So they killed the U.S. and the Mexican military got help from the U.S. Military, and they killed the main cartel leader of like one of the biggest cartels in Mexico today. And so like now the people from that cartel, assumedly, are like causing chaos around Mexico. Which, as I said, like I'm still very surprised that that's happening. It seems like it's a mistake to do that, but I don't know. I don't know what their strategy is. The Skid Row is nothing like Skid Row. It's way worse. Yeah, exactly. Which cartel? Jinko or something like that. Like I don't know how to say it exactly. They're attacking hospitals. Well, we'll get to that if it's there. Sieging, there you go. Yeah, Jinko is jeans. I don't know how I read. Ooh. Does these scum get rounded up? Yeah, I mean, it's obviously, I mean, it's really dangerous to have something like this happen. It's incredibly dangerous. So, like, yeah, I mean, I do hope they go after these people. I mean, for sure. Of course they should. Xi Jinping gets a lot of support from China. Is that right? Oh, my God. There's just, like, cars on fire and shit, too. So I guess like they don't have cameras everywhere the same way that we do. I think that's probably another big difference. Like for us, like there's like a million cameras everywhere. It's like ring cams, dash cams, fucking just everything. It's like PUBG. Yeah, they turn into PUBG exactly. How about we just exterminate them? I mean, I think that again, it might come to that. I don't really know. I mean, it depends on like it has to be the Mexican military that does it, I think, like just politically, because like if the U.S. military goes in there and does that against against Mexico's wishes, I think it's going to cause a lot of problems. Skrilla, it's unidentifiable? Yeah, I guess so. This is bad. I'm going to Mexico in August? Dude, this will probably be over in like a week. Like probably over in like 3 days. Like you think they have the ability to keep this up for like months? Fuck no, they can't do this for months. And we may shouldn't intervene. I mean, I don't think we should intervene unless we have to, or unless they ask us to, right? Other than that, I don't think that, you know, there's any reason to do that. Holy. Jesus. Mexico doesn't wish to exterminate them. They were offered help and turned it down. Yeah, but like, are they turning it down because they don't want it, or it's because they have to say no because they're compromised? That's the question. Not even if they're attacking and taking Americans hostage. I mean, I think if they're taking Americans hostage, then absolutely it's like on the table, right? Of course you should go after them. But like until that happens and it's like a big thing. Oh my, wait, holy shit, wait, this video is insane. Jesus.
So everybody is being told to leave the area right now here on the beach. The tiki bar is being cleared out. Mm-hmm. All of these things are
the tiki bar is getting cleared out. I can see why.
They're asking that everybody vacate the area and leave immediately. You can see the smoke. I don't know if you can, the smoke in the sky.
Yeah.
But we were just walking on the beach and we saw smoke everywhere. And we're being informed that there's major cartel violence happening right now all over Puerto Vallarta.
Holy shit.
Apparently, they've captured a top-ranking cartel member, and when that happens, all-out war happens. A number of cars have been set on fire, motorcycles set on fire. In fact, there were some attendees of Anarchapulco who were in a taxi cab. Taxi drivers are apparently targeted by the cartel. They were,
Why?
They had their car shot at, the taxi driver was murdered, and the car was set on fire. All of their luggage was being burnt, including their clothes and passports, in fact.
Wow.
So it's a pretty scary, dire situation right now. We're being told, do not go out at all. Do not walk in the streets. Do not get in a taxi or an Uber. Do not go to the airport. In fact, the entire...
Especially don't go to the airport.
May be shut down right now because of this cartel violence. I mean, we heard Trump...
This cartel forces have access to heavy artillery. What's causing all this catastrophic damage? It's not catastrophic damage. It's basically just a car that's on fire that's created a lot of smoke. Like the actual damage that's happening is very minimal. It's just that whenever you set a car on fire, it causes, it's like a firework, right? I mean, like it looks massive, but it's not really that big.
Mentioning a while back that he's going to go after the cartel in Mexico. Is this the beginning of that? Are we witnessing it live? I don't know, but everybody here has just been instructed to leave the area immediately.
They burnt down a commercial airplane? I didn't see that.
Being shut
I haven't
down,
seen that at all.
Out. And really intense situation going on here in Puerto Vallarta. So
yeah,
I'm going to continue to document this as we do. We're going to stay safe.
Currently start opening fire on people in the airport and they're taking U.S. citizens hostage. That's what people are saying. I mean, I don't know if that's confirmed yet, but that's what people are saying.
It's all over the place. It's thinned out now in the last hour, but apparently, from what I understand, there's a whole bunch of
Why shouldn't the U.S. get directly involved when the cartel pour drugs in the country? The reason why is that it's just a very messy situation when you have the United States military that's doing an incursion into another country, especially a bordering country, against the wishes of that country. Like, that's basically, like, it's a nuclear option. Like, I'm not saying that you shouldn't ever take the option, but I'm saying that every other resource and every other option should be exhausted and tried before you take that extreme action.
Violence happening all over the city.
Does that make sense?
We don't fly out until tomorrow.
Like in Venezuela? Yeah, exactly.
Hopefully it's not going to be an issue for us because as it is right now, the airports might even be shut down. I hear the military is getting involved. Some of these cartels have,
I bet,
in the past, shot down military helicopters because they literally own rocket launchers. So this is serious stuff.
Is that recording his location? I mean, like, let's be honest, right? Everybody probably knows, like, all the Mexicans there, they probably know where the white people are. I mean, like, it's the same as anything, right? Like, if the cartel wanted to go around and just, like, you know, indiscriminately shoot white people, yeah, you go to the tourist areas and you go shoot them. Like, but I bet they probably don't want to do that, honestly, because then that would probably aggro the United States, or it would aggro China. You know, you saw, like, some of those videos. There's, like, Chinese people, I believe, you know, that were, like, at the airport. Cartels won't touch them? Yeah, I mean, it's a very, like, it's a known thing that the cartels generally don't want to involve themselves with the United States. is that, you know, like from their mind, right? Think about it. We've got a good thing going here, right? We sell drugs. We do whatever the fuck we want. And we don't fuck with them. And they will not come down and put the Eye of Sauron on us and the Goy beam on us. And we're just chilling, right? Everything's fine. And so it's a little bit of a, you know, just like leave us alone, we'll leave you alone, right? I mean, it's smart. I mean, wouldn't that be, if you were the cartel, that's what you would do. I mean, that's what I would do. I would not fuck with them at all. This guy, yeah, the Goy beam. Hit him with the Goy beam.
The bar, the beach area, and smoke in the air.
Man.
Major situation here in Puerto Vallarta.
Mexican-American citizens been here generations. They could go after them too. Yeah, I mean, sure. I don't really think that there's going to be a whole lot of that, but, you know, we'll see. The blockades and shootouts. The U.S. is their customer base? Yeah, exactly, right? You remove cartels in Mexico, the drug protection will probably have to move into the U.S. or Canada, and nothing really changes. Well, it's harder to do drug protection in the U.S., right? I mean, it's obviously a lot harder. There's a reason why they're doing it somewhere else. Honestly, like, I would expect, if I had to guess, that drug production probably happens deeper in South America. Maybe somewhere in, like, Peru, you know, like, I don't know, maybe Colombia. A lot of people say it's Colombia. You maybe have some of it happening in, like, some of the larger countries on, like, the edge areas that are, like, very, you know, like, you know, kind of non-populous. Yeah, Colombia, Peru, exactly, right? I mean, Bolivia, I forgot about, yeah, Bolivia, something like that. So, like, I mean, you think about it, right? I mean, again, like, just think about it if it was you. Would you want to make cocaine in Arkansas? Fuck no. No, you want to make it in Peru. Duh. Of course. Obvious. Yeah, it's in the jungle? Yeah, duh. Do you agree the importation of fentanyl can be considered a bioweapon? Well, yeah, I mean, of course it's a bioweapon. I mean, obviously it's a bioweapon. It kills people on a mass scale. I mean, that's what bioweapons do. I mean, very clearly, I mean, sure. One of El Mencho's sons was also reportedly captured. Really? Okay, I'll pull that up in a minute. It's more fertile in Colombia than Peru. In Colombia, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Trump responsible for the murder? Why doesn't he at least send the army to stop him? If Trump was responsible, what does Trump have to do with this? I mean, like, the U.S. military... The fuck? What the fuck? What the hell are they doing driving a truck into there? Why did Israel do this? It's because they hate Jesus. Well, that's the reason. Of course. It's always the same. This looks like New York. Well, that's what I was saying before, right? It's like you got places like this. This looks like a nice place in America. You see what I'm saying? Look at this. Look, Jesus. There's a few of them in Mexico. It's Jesus. It's different. Yeah, we saw this one too. We didn't see this.
I don't fuck with
Yeah, the Costco. What the fuck? A port car vacation location made it home yesterday after shit popped off? Yeah. Oh, shit. God damn. God damn, shit's just on fire. Imagine you're the guy in the blue truck, you know? It's like, that's the kind of thing, like, you come out to your blue truck and, like, every other car around you is on fire, and you're like, you know what? I'm gonna stop by church. I'm gonna stop by and do a little donation, right? The employee cars, I don't know, right? And so maybe they were burning them based off of, like, the most expensive-looking cars. Who the fuck knows? And there's more of this, too. We'll look at a few more. I want to look at some other stuff, too. Why are they coming here if Mexico has places like that? Well, it's simple. Like, is that not all the places are like that? Like, there's some places in Mexico that are beautiful and amazing, and they're just as nice as an American city. And there's other places that are effectively PvP servers where people are living on peanuts, right? And so, like, it's just, like, that's the way that a lot of developing countries are, right? So, like, you see this in Brazil. You see it inside of, like, you know, South Asian countries too. You see it with, you know, obviously Mexico. Like, a lot of these places, they have really, really nice areas. Like, India is like this too, right? But, like, the majority of India is not really very developed, but some places are very nice. And so as soon as you step out of that now it's awful. That's a tourist spot? Yeah, but, like, a tourist spot is like a wealthy area. Clearly. South Asia is way more chill. Yeah, I understand it's way more chill, but, like, what I'm saying is that in South Asia, the same thing is manifest, right? Where, like, you have, you know, areas that are really nice and areas that are really not nice. And that's my point. And I think that the disparity is like gigantic, right? It's a huge disparity compared to like in the United States, or like, you know, you go to like the Hamptons or something and it is really nice. But, you know, outside of like a few projects areas, right, and like, you know, ghettos here, it's generally a pretty nice country. Imagine how awesome Mexico would be if they locked up their 2%ers. I mean, every country has 2%ers. Every country would dramatically improve if they just locked up the people that commit crimes. Like that's the reason why, like, for example, like China, you know, you look at China, it's a beautiful country and there's no problems, right? At least in the big cities. Like, and you look at like Saudi Arabia, there's no problems. You look at, you know, the UAE, there's no problems there. You look at El Salvador, there's no problems. The reason why is like you just put the people that cause problems in jail and then the problems go away. That's it. The Karen's to blame for this too? Yeah, of course. Yeah, exactly. Like Japan. I mean, Japan definitely has like a bit more of a problem with it, but like, yeah, I'd say overall it's true. Let's see if I pull this up. Oh, this is actually like the shooting. Wow. What the fuck? Do they have machine guns? Yeah, it's easy to get a machine gun. I do have to say that anybody that thinks that these guys have a chance against any legitimate military in the world, these are 4 guys that are using a Ford F-250 as cover, shooting fucking AR-15s. I'm sorry, guys. But the moment that these people go up against any of the probably top 100 militaries in the world, it's just, it's not even going to be, it will be over so fast you won't even know what happened. Yeah, the B team. Yeah, these are people that basic training should get rid of these guys. Exactly. All their trucks are armored trucks. They're armored trucks. Right. Has it ever occurred to you that militaries have weapons that go through armor? Like, that they specifically do that? Like, that's I mean, you know, they probably thought of this, right? You think they never thought of this before? Oh, they've got armor. We can't shoot them now. Armor piercing's a myth. I mean, I've seen, you know, like you shoot a 50 caliber machine gun and, you know, it's going to be heightened military activity central Mexico. Oh, wow. This is in a Mexico highway. I wouldn't be too sure about that. They can fight asymmetrically and unconventionally, guerrilla warfare, basically. They know they can't win a fight conventionally. Yeah, I think they'd definitely be a pain in the ass. I mean, that's true for sure. And it looks like this is the actual military here. Oh, look at them all. Wow. How long this will go on until Mexican or American militaries are involved? Well, it looks like they're involved right now. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, Canada's 28th most powerful military in the world. I think these guys could give them a run for their money. The Canada? I don't know about that, guys. I really don't. I think that really it's like a... Oh, here we go. It's the panic. Oh, wait. It's in a hospital? This is what people are saying. Let me just go through this, make sure there's nothing that's problematic that's worth looking at. Yeah, this is okay. Up A10 Warthog versus armored truck. This shit's a joke. Yeah. Let me see. I'll pull this up. Yeah, so they're even going to hospitals. Again, like what other group goes into hospitals? The IRGC in Iran. Like that's like classic terrorist behavior. Like Vietnam guerrilla warfare, we have technology now. Yeah, I think so too. Don't underestimate the cartels. Well, I don't underestimate them. I'm just saying that, like, if you have the military is just as superior and it's a bigger force, right? But like, it's not about like they're not going to try to fight a war out in the open anyway, right? It's not like it's going to be fucking, you know, like a battle, right? Like World War I. But they have thousands of drones and grenades stored for this. I'm sure they do. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Let me see. I'll pull this up. Is this a? Yeah. Here we go. All right. Cinema? Yeah. All right. Well, the holes, what the fuck? Yeah. I mean, you think they spend $1 trillion a year for nothing? The armor's cardboard, yeah. Like, I mean, you think they can't get through that? It would just be in a second. And versus an armored truck, bro, like it's nothing. And I don't know if this is really like, what is this? This is about a tank versus a Humvee. Oh my God. We've been just going kind of R&D, yeah, exactly. Let's take a look at what an AC 130 can do. Yep. They have Toyotas upgraded. Just ran a war simulation in Canada and Mexico. Canada won. I thought you should know. Surely that definitely, surely it's accurate, right? Got any videos of tanks running over cars? I'm sure. Jesus. Yeah, I mean, again, like if they go after somebody like this, it's just gonna, it's gonna be over, right? I mean, like you look at these vehicles and it would not even be, it would not even take a second to do, right? It's insane how fast and how powerful this stuff is. Look what the C-110 Vulcan can do. It makes circles around something, it makes it go away. Okay, I mean, I'll pull up one more, okay? And then I want to look at the other images. Okay, where is it? Honestly, the only other time I've seen something like this was in Armored Core 6. Yeah, I'm gonna be real, like that's the only other time I've seen it. And where's the rest of these if there's anything else going on? But yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, I mean, they're gonna be cooked if the military goes after them, right? Obviously, it's so fucking clear. And where's the rest of these two? It's just flares too, exactly. And I think they had the Firebird Mountain WoW. Yeah, exactly. Phoenix Aura. Yeah, bro. Like, I think that a lot of people don't understand how powerful a lot of these like military things are. Like, they're completely fucking overpowered. Totally overpowered. Costco and yeah, Costco, bro, blowing up the fucking Costco. And it looks like these are a lot of the same images, right? So we'll have to wait and see. But it does seem like they're probably going to push back as much as they can, right?
who doesn't make eye contact, or maybe doesn't even speak the same language as you.
That's right.
It's so easy to go days without meaningful human interaction. Most interactions you do have are transactional, unless you're one of the lucky few who finds a club, society, or just something to connect with people. And even then, it's probably shoved into a small corner of your routine.
I have that
We
lamp.
live in a touchless society, and like anything, if you don't use it, you lose it. Intimacy, sex, and love are just no different. And unlimited access to adult content really capitalized on this moment. You just
I think it's also like, the thing is that social media fucked up a lot of people's standards. Is that now people are looking at AI girls and saying, I deserve somebody like that. Actually, nobody does, because the bitch ain't even real. But you're sitting there thinking that, and it fucks up your brain. And I think this happens with girls and guys. It's not just it's not one or the other, it's both.
Consume and wrap things up, remove your sexual desire, and move on with your day. Super easy and truly the simplest exchange for pleasure imaginable, really. But it's also shallow, takes away your drive, it's temporary satisfaction with diminishing returns.
Yep.
And like any addiction, you merely fill the gaps without addressing the root causes. And the brain has adapted to all of this. Dating apps started with a promise to breach a gap that most of their founders and investors had started. I mean, get
I
this
think
one.
also,
One of the Tinder CEOs
also social media made people more aware of the unfairness of dating and the inequality of it. Like whenever they see like some random girl getting like, you know, millions of dollars for being attractive on OnlyFans, or like they see a guy that's good looking that has like, you know, 5 different girls talking to him, like most people don't really see that a lot in real life, because it's just, you know, by the nature of extremes, it's an outlier. So people don't see it a lot. But then whenever the internet shows people these options and these possibilities, I think it creates a self-radicalization spiral.
left in 2022 and immediately launched Mino, an AI chatbot to fight loneliness. There's now a thriving
that's
loneliness
gonna solve
economy
it.
that Silicon Valley talks about all the time. There are even venture capital companies that focus exclusively on this.
Yeah.
We made a video about the entire loneliness economy before. As it's
The
just
reason why people are lonely is that there are no third spaces anymore. That's places that are not education or work that people go to and interact with other people. And to the extent that there are any of them, they're almost always, you know, not gender diverse. So like, you know, for example, there's like, you know, you go to the Warhammer card shop. Okay, it's all guys, right? It's all guys. Maybe one guy's wife comes in and she says, Carl, you said you'd be home an hour ago. So, guys, I gotta go.
Perfect
That's it.
vector for exploitation. Sell people the
Maybe only
solution
the
to the
gem?
problem
Yeah.
you helped create. It's the oldest trick in the book, but the impacts are totally new to us. And that's why they're doing so much damage. We're even inventing new language to deal with this. Remember that cringily soulless word meet cute that people started
Meet
using
cute.
years ago?
I never heard
it
that.
popped up on social media as a way to describe meeting someone that you exchange numbers with for a date. For example, at a coffee shop.
I've actually never done that. I have never done that, not even once in my life.
Or a bookshop when looking for the same book.
Never.
Just think about the fact that we actually developed a new word for the crazy phenomenon of just meeting someone organically. It should have set off alarm bells, right? It was an early sign that society was changing in a way that made meeting people in real life the exception and not the
course.
rule. It's no coincidence that the word started being used a lot around
Because like the thing is, like if you can find a girl on the internet, right? You look her up on Facebook and it's like, okay, she's pretty hot. Then you look her mom up and then you see her mom's fat and you're like, well, fuck, like I'm not gonna invest in this. Like who wants to invest in a company that's going down like this? If you know the company's gonna go bankrupt in 5 years, you're gonna go and invest in that company? Or if her mom's hot? Well, then you talk to her.
15, the same time dating
I mean, what?
apps blew up. And in the last decade, dating declined to the point where the majority of Generation Z today
You're
just
such
don't
a
know
pig?
or really have any
I
way
know.
to meet people.
50% of men aged 18 to 24 have never approached a woman in person in their life.
Yeah.
And like even higher percentage, 18 to 30, haven't approached a woman in the last year.
In recent years, third spaces, meaning not
That's
your
what I was
home,
saying.
school, workplace, have just vanished. Think about the place that you grew up as an example.
Yep.
Pubs, bars, libraries, high street shops. How many are actually left today? And if any, how busy even
All gone except one card shop.
are they? Since COVID, we just shuttle ourselves from home to work to the gym,
Yep.
to the supermarket and home. You don't really just go to the village markets. There is no real town square or hall. You're not really bumping into anyone. Even a bit of small talk with someone at the bus stop just feels weird and awkward. Making eye contact with someone on public transport will get you a look that leaves you wondering if you're insane.
So much of what makes somebody good at dating is different now than it was 50 years ago.
You can see it in the way coffee shops have changed.
I can't really comment on. I don't know.
Almost every cafe is bland,
Yeah.
empty, just minimalist. Almost as if they're designed purely as a conveyor belt of coffees and customers, getting us in and out as quickly as possible to extract the most amount of money they can. But can you remember the time when a stereotypical cafe was like this? With big sofas, comfy chairs.
We had a place like this. It went out of business because nobody bought anything. People just showed up and smoked weed, and they brought beer and they just get drunk. Yeah, it really. We had one. It lasted for like 3 years.
people together to talk and people
Yeah.
to talk to say
Shut it
something
down.
without it being creepy. The show Friends was based on just reality in the 90s, and it's all part of a much wider pattern, one that's seemingly threatening humanity.
That this is actually potentially existential crisis. Humans really do meet the whole
sitting in the gaming chair.
of an endangered species.
Because meeting people and building relationships
Yeah.
is really the most important thing for human survival. It's often the key indicator in determining your lifespan. It's how we have replacement rates in just the population. But with this last decade and the disappearance of so many communal spaces where our parents and grandparents had opportunities to randomly meet new people, mixed
Another big issue is that there's no shared common culture. Like, for example, in, the 50s, from what I hear, right? 60s, from what I hear, is that there is much more of a established way of pursuing a woman or pursuing a man. But now, like, for example, there are women that whenever they tell you no, they want you to continue pursuing them. There are women that like this, and they like being hard to get, and they think that it's a game, it's a narrative to them. It's like romantic in their mind. Now, in my opinion, I think it's ridiculous. You're playing games with me. I'm not a PlayStation. Get the fuck out of here. But at the same time, there is a shared cultural expectation that a certain degree of that could be acceptable. But whenever you bring in people from a bunch of different cultures and you have a segmentation and a fragmentation of the culture where some people think that asking twice is like basically sexual harassment and other people think that asking twice is meaning that you mean it, you have a huge problem of, basically shared culture. And I think this is another reason why this has become so problematic in America. It's because there has been a breakdown of what these shared rules of engagement are between men and women.
dating apps has meant we're seeing a gap try to be filled that wasn't a natural
You're not
one.
25.
This is a void created by the
He's like
same
32.
economic forces that hollowed out our third
I can
spaces,
tell.
chains, and corporate landlords.
Fake.
The same forces that funded these apps promising to replace what was destroyed. And dating apps didn't discover a gap in the market, one was just
They
torn
became the
open
market.
and then monetized. But it was a lie. That too was all about getting your money.
Yeah.
Think about it, the whole idea of a dating app as a viable business is a paradox. If they actually help people into relationships,
Then
would
they lose the customer.
clearly lose business.
Yeah.
One good match is 2 lost customers. So
Exactly.
instead, they design the apps to fail, and in doing so, keep us hooked on using them. And in turn,
I've never
what
used a dating app before.
better way to keep an active user base than by having relationships designed to be short-term?
75
This is your
million.
capacity
My
to
God.
fall in love, to build a family, to find meaning. All your data, all your most vulnerable desires is just slowly converted into swipes and push notifications so someone else can hit their quarterly growth targets. Your relationship is designed to not be long-term. It's why men
I know a lot of people that have met their girlfriend or wife on a dating app. I think it's pretty possible.
Up 75% of Tinder users and women just 25%.
Yep.
Interestingly enough, the co-founder of the dating site OkCupid wrote a book revealing what actually happens behind the scenes of dating apps. Women, as you'd expect, receive an average of 4 to 5 messages a week, which
That's
even
a
that
lot.
seems unlikely to be this low. 90% of men received an average of 0 messages.
An average of 0. Well, that's not very good, is it?
Only at the extreme end of the attractiveness scale do the best-looking men receive around 1 to 2 messages.
But there's also a lot of men who are relying on dating apps who are never going to get the matches that they desire, either because they are short or because they are bald.
So, as many of us
What a fucking bitch! I hate this bitch.
already
What
know,
is
if you're
this?
not in the top 10%, there's really no point in using them. It's something that's called
The fuck?
face suppression in practice, and we'll get into that more soon.
And the reality is, for 95% of guys, online and dating apps aren't going to be a fruitful place for them to meet women.
But what we're seeing right now is that Generation Z's entire prospect of finding love is based on the ELO rating system, a
You're dating Elo.
numerical method developed to rank players in games like chess.
Oh my
Player score
God.
determines how strong a weak they are in relation to others. So your ability to find love is seemingly literally being run through the same maths we use to decide who's good at chess or League of Legends. It's why whenever you join these apps, you get tons of matches, then suddenly they just fade away. You'll be told this is a personal failure, but oftentimes it's not. It's
Well,
just
it is a personal failure. It's basically you're ugly, and so people swipe left on you, and so they stop showing you to other people because they don't want people. Basically, you have to keep in mind that these dating apps, their best interest is to keep people engaged. So in the process of keeping people engaged, you want to show people that are engaging. And so if you have a person that has a swipe through rate of 98%, then guess what? You're not going to show that person a lot, because if you do that, then it's going to increase the probability that that person isn't going to use your app because the app is showing them something that's statistically unlikely to be attractive. It's just common sense. Like you look at the way the numbers are.
sourcing you to the bottom unless you pay a ton of money. And this created a dangerous dynamic that has now permeated the world of dating, one where women select the same group of the most attractive men who have almost exclusive access to women, who then become less interested in lots of these girls because they are then seen as too easy. The effect of this is that dating is seemingly a low-trust marketplace, as the entire way to attract is seemingly detachment and not through connection. It's always a contest of who cares the least, who can take the longest to message back, who's more aloof, disinterested, and who holds the power in the struggle to not care about the other. In other words, it's a game.
Let me tell you something. Like, this is my relationship advice. I don't have a girlfriend. Is that I think I should just always preface it with that, right? Just always, every single time. Yeah. Oh, by the way, guys, this is my message 9 months later. So there are people I regularly don't message back for like weeks at a time. And that's just the way it is. And so it's like Rainbow Siege, yeah, definitely. So if you have to play the I'm not going to message you back game, the odds are that person is a waste of your time. It's just the way it is.
A game where almost everyone
you really
is
want to do that your whole life.
You can now see it on reality TV with game shows where heartbreak is entertainment. But what's the message we're supposed
always been that case.
to get from this? Romance isn't sacred, it's just a contest, which will lead to the loneliness epidemic. And this one's hitting the youngest the hardest. But it's not just dating. Our whole modern society is not against any of us meeting someone, getting married, or even having children. And the consequences of this will change
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like out of all my friends, like I thought about this obviously, you know, this is the kind of shit you think about when you're 35. But like every single one of my friends is either married or has kids. Like there's one exception, but like this dude's had the same fucking girlfriend. He's like, oh, we're engaged. They've been engaged for 15 years. They're fucking married, okay? So besides this one guy, every single guy I know has either been married, is married, or has kids. That's crazy.
the world as we know it. Because there's something else catching up with us.
Those are
Our
dropsticks,
bodies
right?
are starting to fail and lose the capacity to produce children at all. You know what they found recently? Microplastics in human testicles. Human testicles contain nearly 3 times as much plastic as dog testicles.
Based.
We're literally marinating our reproductive organs in synthetic polymers.
Based.
It's one of the many explanations as to why male sperm counts have dropped by more than 40% since 1970. Average sperm counts could even hit near 0 at the current
What? That sounds like bullshit.
trajectory. Even if a situation that extreme doesn't transpire, there are plenty of other things to worry about, like the forever chemicals in non-stick pans and waterproof jackets, BPA in your water bottles, all the nasty chemicals in your shampoo. I mean, just the list goes on. Even simple stuff like drinking hot coffee out of plastic takeaway cups.
Why
We
do
just
that
live in
every
a
day?
world now saturated
Not coffee,
with endocrine disruptors. And surprise, surprise, our endocrine systems are getting disrupted by all of this garbage we're pumping into our bodies daily. But even if you've somehow avoided the chemical assault, even if your fertility is
I didn't even notice this
fine,
thing.
there's another huge problem vying against us. How many of your friends between the ages of 18 and 30 have kids? One.
I would say that inside of my friend group, how many of them had kids inside of 18 to 30? Sample size of, let me think sample size of how many people. Let me think of just the 30 people that I know that like the first 30 people come to mind. I'd say like 40 to 60%, somewhere around there.
Man, shut your bitch ass up.
None to, none until this year or last. Is anyone planning to have kids? How about those who said they don't even want kids? We just push everything later and later back. Education, work, financial stability, and for the middle classes especially, that pushes back having a family. Of course. Because you only have a family when it's really sensible to, right? That's just the middle class value. Rich people don't worry, and poorer people don't worry.
No, they don't.
Nothing changes our biological clock when it comes to fertility. Women over 35 are considered advanced maternal age, and honestly 35 is starting to look young to have kids for millions of people around the world. However, at 35, miscarriage rates nearly double. The chance of
your kid can be all kinds of fucked up if you have a kid over 40. My mom was 40 when she had me. Wow. How about that, huh?
Chromosomal abnormalities skyrockets. Down syndrome risk goes from something like 1 in 1,250 of 25 to 1 in 100 of 40.
Chromosome price, hear that?
It's not just mothers, although fathers contribute too. Men over 45 show increased risk for autism, schizophrenia, even still. Birth in their partners. Having kids into the 40s, 50s, and way higher for men at least is now becoming super common. Every year you wait, you're rolling dice with higher and higher stakes. But what else do you do? Shrug your shoulders and say it's too late and just plummet towards old age without the family you ever wanted and live an unsatisfying life. Well, if you don't want that, when natural conception fails, you can only turn to IVF. This is often the modern solution, except a single cycle costs $12,000 to $15,000.
Trump reduced this by a lot, to be fair. But
there's another $5,000. And most people need multiple cycles, so you're looking at around 30,000 to 50,000 minimum, often much more. And this leads down a dark path where we're forced to engineer more of the process of just having kids. Genetic testing in the womb. Testing for Down syndrome is one thing, but some companies will now screen for height and IQ.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I mean, if you're gonna have a manlet that's only like 6'1", I mean, you might as well just kill him. I mean, just kill him right now, right? I mean, let's not even. It's just so cruel to allow him. Like, he's gonna be 5'9". Just kill him. And listen, Sparta used to do that, right? They take the baby, the baby's small, off the cliff. That's the way it is.
An ethical black hole in everything for men and women. Women are the childbearers, they shoulder a lot of the risk here, and male dating culture
Can't win
doesn't
them all.
think about this enough because everyone's running against them. If you've seen our video on population collapse, you know that fertility rates are just collapsing. Countries like the USA and the UK are seeing the lowest childbirth numbers in
nothing compared to Korea, dude.
History. It's not just a stat, it's millions of people who always imagine they'd have a partner and family one day, now quietly aging out of that possibility. Family lines ending not because people don't want love, but because our environment makes acting on a desire impossible. Ask yourself, even if you did meet the right person, what would stop you from having children? Probably not enough money. No chance of being able to buy a house anytime soon.
Yeah, if people don't want to have a kid and, like, you know, have this kid, put it in. I blame feminism. I think that if, you know, honestly, I think there's like 50 reasons. I think women being obnoxious is one of them, but I think women think men are awful too. Like, the thing is,
here's some money
this is the problem, is that a lot of it, people look at it from like a guy's perspective, but like, I know why women hate men, because I've read DMs.
There you go.
Damn.
There's like.
Like, some guys, like, really, I mean, did you really have to send her a picture of your dick after you said good morning? Like, you don't even know her. Why would you do that? Why would you send her a picture of your dick? Why would you don't even know her name.
Cost of living is probably too high on your city.
I don't get it.
The cost of childcare is more than your current salary. There are just no good schools in your area, or no school places in areas with good schools. Or even just finding a wife that you can trust won't divorce you and take half of your money. It's probably all of the above. It's not just an economic problem. Based on Maslow's hierarchy of needs, all the stuff we need, like love and marriage and family, are just the basics. It's the same importance in life as having food, water, a roof over our heads. The funny thing is that the way this hierarchy was sold to us in the 20th century made it sound like family came after you finally self-actualized. You've nailed the career, the money, the
So that's usually the way it used to be, right? Is like the idea was that you would find a girlfriend in like high school or college or early in the work potentially, and then as your career is getting more popular and you're doing better, then you get married and have kids, right? And like this all happens between like 23 to like 29 or 30, right? This is what happens. That's so unrealistic now. Well, I'm just saying, like, growing up, that's what they would tell me.
Now for a family. In reality, for most people, that self-actualization was just family altogether. There was always one more phase of working myself first, so we ended up with a whole culture optimized for individual self-maximization, while family quietly got pushed off the edge of the pyramid. Today, most of us, like Generation Z, never even get past the basics. Housing, money, community, security, it's all unstable. And when your foundation is shaking, you can't climb to the levels where belonging, intimacy, and family even become possible. The system keeps us stuck in survival.
I mean, if you're stuck trying to afford food, it's hard to figure out where the hoes are. You know, like, that's just the way it is. This shit's a bummer. No, it's serious. It's the way it is.
survival mode, but gaslights us for not reaching love. Do you ever lie in bed scrolling through people's social media? The engagements, weddings, and kids feels like you're watching real life from behind glass as time seems to disappear from.
I don't actually. Like, I never look at this shit. I just look at, videos of myself. I look at a lot of videos of myself. I watch myself. See what people are saying.
And it's not just about missing out on dates, it's that we're missing out on the opportunity to build something lasting, something to have outside of ourselves, something to connect us with beauty in the world. Somehow starting a family is considered a luxury for the rich, a luxury for a select few in society who don't have to worry about the housing market. They don't have to worry about the dating crisis. They own several homes. That money and security is attractive to other women. They don't need to worry about schools. They can send their kids to the best private schools anywhere in the world. And the thing is, this isn't an accident. Decades of decisions driven by corporate greed, short-term profits, and a culture that worships work over family has left us here. Those at the top are allowed to have family. They're able to have more kids. And even
I think this was always the case, actually. I think it always was, but like now it's just gotten to be so extreme that it's problematic.
And they're still not having that many. Like in Idiocracy, where you'll get these upper-class people debating whether it's a good idea to even have one child. So how can you expect an undervalued, underpaid worker class to ever be able to have the time, money, or even possibility of raising a family? Especially as more and more governments cut childcare, youth services, community centers, third spaces, police numbers, the list just goes on.
It's bad.
The effect down the line is just a less safe, less connected society that is not replacing itself. Huge populations in the entire Anglosphere are just disappearing over time. And this is where it gets interesting, because if you think about the West, years ago, it wasn't like that much. Poverty is right, all about insane hours. This type of family is often large ones. So what actually changed? Well, religious communities and spaces, shared culture, social traditions and rituals, these safety nets that help people to share life's burdens.
Yeah, there's no shared culture. And also, I think that it's harder for like a guy to like, I think, get a girlfriend in a lot of cases because a lot of guys don't really know how to talk to girls. That's another big issue. Like, for example, it's like, what do you talk to this thing about, right? Like, what do you ask it what its day is like? I don't know what the fuck to say to it, man. Like, oh my god, bro. Like, can we just skip this part? Can we just skip this part? Like, this is so fucking annoying.
Erased. Modernity is completely strips away all the essentials that make replacing your population just a natural part of human evolution.
And then that's whenever you send them a picture of your dick. That's right. That's right. And now the police are here, and apparently there's something called sex
We are back.
Sexual harassment. Like, what the fuck?
And I'd say the most infuriating part of this fertility collapse is when we're just supposed to pretend that people's decision to not have children is simply a personal choice, and not one imposed upon us by oppressive social structures. This isn't a problem.
I think there's a lot of reasons. I think that also people don't have kids because of their career in a lot of cases too. That's a big factor. Huge factor.
Africa or other developing parts of the world, and yet somehow the rich West can't even replace its population levels. And we can't just blame the rich and powerful here. Much of the progress we celebrate today is just part of the problem.
Well, it's also like people consume media that makes them hate the other gender. I think that's another really big factor, is that they're consuming media that makes them fucking hate men or hate women, and so they spend all their time looking at this, and then they're crashing out. Like, yeah, duh, of course they are, because you're just getting fed a constant diet of men bad, women bad, etc. You're watching me. Yeah, you watch me all day and you hate women. Of course, duh. Obviously.
We created a massive middle class, and when you look at who's actually having kids, it's not a straight line from rich to poor. It's a U-shape. The wealthy have kids. Elon Musk has 12 children. Nick Cannon has 12. Robert De Niro just had his 7th at age 79. The working class or populations in poorer countries have tons of kids too. Africa's population is booming. Often when work prospects are lower and paid worse, it's become a lifeline. Life priorities put family before career advancements because career advancement really isn't on the table anyway. There's nothing controversial about this. This was always what it used to be like before countries became industrialized and the middle class blew up. Families had loads of kids first because infant mortality was high, and second,
yeah, you gotta just, I mean, honestly, you gotta have like 6 or 7 kids. That way, like, you know, like 3 of them just gonna get popped off, like, I don't know, like some fucking wolf or some shit, right? And then there's apparently a tiger. Found that out, you know, where's Billy? Well, I mean, like, you didn't even give a kid a name, right? Like, they used to not even give kid names until they had a certain amount of age, right? Like, it's like, this kid's like, you know, now, all right, you know, he's 5. All right, let's call him Ed. How about that?
It's because it means more family income and higher overall chances of survival. The middle class, though, they're getting absolutely...
And then somebody said also, it's a good point, right, is you have to also have another kid so you can ritualistically sacrifice it for the, for rain.
Crushed. They're dying quite literally because of that. First, the middle class is associated with hard work and career aspirations, the self-actualization I talked about earlier. So immediately there's an additional cost to childcare because the middle class has no incomes. No one wants to give up the career society marketed to them in their life. The middle class couples.
What's also the issue is that, like, I mean, in my opinion, like, I'm a traditional kind of guy, is that the right way of doing things is that you get married, and then after you get married, then you know, the wife stays at home and the guy takes care of it. Like, that's the way to do it that works. Now, there's other ways to do it, but that's the way that works. And so, you know, if you've been doing this for thousands of years, doesn't mean the woman doesn't do anything, right? But it's like, that's the way it's been working. And so traditional is best, exactly. But the problem is, like, number one, most guys can't afford that. And number two, a lot of people don't get married. So whenever you're like a girl, you know, you're a stay-at-home girlfriend for 5 years, and then your boyfriend kicks you to the curb, well, now you don't have any alimony. You're not making any money. You're just basically, like, stuck. Because there's also another factor is that women have a period, like, between, like, 18 and, like, I'd say, like, 30, 35, sometimes even less, where they're going to be attractive and guys are going to want to spend time and money on them naturally. And it's like, if there's a 40-year-old chick, like, some guy isn't probably as involved or doesn't care. Like, okay, she can be successful maybe, but, like, he doesn't give a shit about that, right? He just wants some chick that he's able to just kind of, you know, like, yeah, take care of, and that's it. The clock's ticking, exactly. So, like, if you're a woman and you're dating a guy for, like, 4 years, and it's between the ages of, like, you're, like, 23 to, like, 27, let's say, and then it doesn't work out, well, you just lost a huge component of those people, right? And that's the big issue, right? Tried wife here, had our first baby at home, husband works his ass off for it. Yeah, exactly, right? And so, and they give viewers, people go so crazy, guys, relax the fucking viewer count. Who gives a fuck? And so anyway, Jesus fucking Christ. Anyway, what was I saying before I got confused? And anyway, industry titans that want the workplace in there. Yeah, sure, right? And like, just overall, what I think happens is that you have people that, you know, I mean, like, they can't take care of a family. They're not making enough money. And then you have these women and they don't get married. And so now there's no investment between the two people, and it just gets worse.
Kitchen table with a spreadsheet, mortgage, student loans, car payments.
You're a moron about this. Women are awful. They're 100% of the problem. Yeah, yeah.
Sure. So retirement savings are already behind.
I hate them.
And then childcare.
I hate them.
Rent. So they wait and wait. They're being sensible, and by the time they feel ready, realize the biological clock never stopped. This is the low fertility trap that threatens everyone. The working poor have kids they can't quite afford. The rich have as many as they want, but the middle class, the people who followed all the rules of their life, maximized their education, delayed gratification, well, they're getting totally screwed. As you expect and probably know, all of this is causing a hell of a lot more stress, angst, paranoia, and disdain. It's getting so bad that men are just doing everything possible to thrive in this algorithm algorithmic system. To the point.
Well, they do. Oh no! Are they gonna talk about the fucking hitting their face with a hammer? Oh my god. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta use the bathroom. But, yeah, no, this is ridiculous. All right, I'm back. Give me a minute. We good? All right.
Of literally breaking their bones to add height to their hinge profile,
Smart.
or just smashing their jaw open to
Smart. There you go.
more likes on Instagram.
There you go.
It's why looks maxing is now a thing.
We're really seeing is that there is
Yes.
like this very, very like deep anger, entitlement. There's like this incel movement. There's this like alpha male, beta male kind of thing. And I don't know if you kind of get this, but there's like a deep sense of like anger.
Men today are more overprotected than ever before, but at the same time less able to be themselves or show vulnerability than ever, with constant mixed messages about being confident and assertive, but also to never make a woman uncomfortable. So when real intimacy feels impossible or dangerous, most people just end up with two obvious escapes.
Well, it's also that like a lot of the people that are, I think, a lot of the like male role model people are like super problematic. Like they are either like really simpy and they're just talking about how bad men are, or they actually are misogynist and they legitimately hate women, right? There's like almost never a like middle ground that makes sense. It just doesn't happen.
Adult content, which has now become a type of synthetic intimacy,
Yes.
numbing your core drive in life with
There
Bonnie
it
Blue
is.
videos. Or you go the other extreme route, monk mode, with alpha male gurus, where you see influencers taking TRT at just 14 years old
Well, yeah, I mean, you want to start off early, right? Of course.
to look sports.
Yep.
It's like, I'm gonna get my physique going as quickly as possible. I do not care about side effects. I don't care about any implications.
Based.
Oh, this guy's using drugs.
Who cares?
None of that shit really fazed me.
He's even an influencer influenced so much by his love of American Psycho, he offers expensive courses to help young vulnerable men ascend.
Syrian Psycho. Fucking based. He's got 1.9 million views. That's impressive.
Even the escape routes offered by these men are roads to nowhere with heavy price tags attached. But
I actually disagree with this. I think that if you try to work on your appearance and like, there are people like basically you can't multiply by 0. So like, for example, there's some people that are fucked up in one way or another and it doesn't really matter what they do. But let's say you're just like a normal person, you're an average person. If you take steps to make yourself look more attractive, it will make your life a lot easier. It will. You'll get treated better, people will respect you more. It's just, that's the way everything like this is. And a lot of people might not really want to hear that. They can still improve a lot. Yeah, exactly, right? Disagree, diet and gym? That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what my point is. Diet and gym, yes. If you're going out there and you're going to the gym and you're exercising and you're putting a lot of work into what you're doing, this will absolutely increase your chances of having women that are interested in you and want to talk to you. Like, don't ever let anybody tell you that this stuff, like the looks maxing stuff works. It obviously works. If it didn't work, then makeup wouldn't be one of the biggest industries in the world. Like, duh. Of course it matters.
all clearly indicate that there is a crisis happening. There are symptoms that dating is falling apart. And with more and more endless towns and cities designed around roads for vehicles and the loss of communal spaces that once enabled people to meet naturally, free time is just now dominated by screens. We need more exaggerated extreme content, whether it be some crazy looks mac runs or watching 1,000 men line up outside. Yet whenever this issue is talked about publicly, it just sounds like a joke. No one ever takes it seriously, no one even...
Well, because the problem is that it's insidious in a way because it is one of those topics where you have... It's so ridiculous whenever it's being discussed. Things like Clav or Bonnie Blue talking about this stuff, it seems like it's it seems fucking ridiculous. And so because it's so ridiculous and it in a way is entertaining itself, people think that it's a joke, but it's actually really not. Some of these factors are real. They absolutely are. So I wish I was the 1,000th person. I don't. Yeah, I don't. And wait, sex with 1,000 people? Yeah, bro, like this woman was, I don't even know how you do that. I honestly, it's kind of impressive in a way. People treat you the way you look. Yeah, people treat you the way you look. Like, in my opinion, like I've been around, like, for example, like friends of mine that are like more attractive and they get treated totally different than like, let's say I would get treated, right? I remember seeing this growing up and I was like, this was actually one of the reasons why, like, this is going to sound like kind of a crazy thing to say, but it's one of the reasons why I'm like kind of, in a lot of cases, like a very ruthless and like Machiavellian person, is that I've always felt like, you know, okay, well, you know, these other people have these advantages. I don't have these advantages. So I have to make up for it by just being even more ruthless, aggressive, and, you know, as goal-oriented as I possibly can be, right? And so that was always the way that I would look at things. And it was one of my mindsets for it. It's because, like, basically it's like, okay, well, you know, if you don't have these advantages, you have to put yourself in a position that is similar to that.
About it. In fact, society will just continue to tell us that biology doesn't matter.
Mindset.
Sex, status, attachments, presence are all just irrelevant.
Yeah, pretty privilege, it goes really hard. But like being completely ruthless and being able to outthink and outmaneuver people, it's even better.
We're now post-animal, caged in our rooms playing out life virtually, deprived of community, ritual, movement, and a necessary bit of chaos and unpredictability, the conditions that our species evolved in. So next time you see falling birth rates across the Western world, when you see the population collapse in numbers, you have to realize that this is manifesting itself through these weird behaviors that we're seeing today. And as we continue to struggle to even replace our current populations, the burden will only get
you need like a 2.3 or 2.4 or something like that replacement rate in order for you know, like the society to continue going, and like we're very lower below that. Not good.
Everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. No, he's totally right about this. And again, that's the reason why so many people have started getting into like looks maxing and everything else. It's like basically a gamification of being able to, you know, like have a girlfriend or something like that. I think that's kind of what's happened, is that they're trying to do whatever they can to take advantage of it. And that's where it's superficial maxing. Well, you can say it's superficial or not. It doesn't really matter like what your opinion is on it. And like, let's say it is superficial. It still works. It works extremely well. Or you mean you had to play the game better instead of crying about it? Well, I don't know about that. I mean, crying about which game, I don't know what you mean by that. So you have to learn how to outmaneuver, like you said, how to be ruthless. Well, the way that I look at it is that, you know, everybody in life has a set of advantages and disadvantages. So, for example, like I didn't grow up with a lot of money, and I never really thought I was a particularly attractive person. And I get made fun of like growing up, like the way I look, etc. And so, like, because of that, I thought to myself, okay, well, you know, these are things that are obvious, like massive impediments to me, right? These are things that are like huge debuffs. So you have to, instead of that, look at other positive things that you can curate and cultivate that will allow you to overcome those debuffs. And so for me, my mindset was I will always my core operating principle that I have is I always do what is in my best interest. Like, unless I'm acting in the best interest of another person, then I do what's in their best interest or a best interest of a friend. But other than that, I just simply do what's advantageous to me. So if that means lying, cheating, stealing, misrepresenting, doing anything that's bad at all of that's on the table because I have to do what's in my best interest. And, you know, my mindset is like, well, if I don't do that, well then, okay, well now I'm at even more of a disadvantage and now it's even worse. So it's not easy to do it. And so that's really that's how I make decisions, right? And so, that's bitch. Yeah, sometimes, right? And use wealth to looks max and be healthy. Well, I mean, like, it depends on who it is, right? Like, for some people, it's easier to do. For other people, it's not. At least you know up to it. I do. I totally am up to it. And the reason why is because I think that a lot of people don't talk the way that I do. They don't explain things the way that I do, because what I'm saying is it's not a socially acceptable thing to say, what I say. But I think it's very true, is that if somebody else have you ever lied to chat? I never lie to chat. Never lie. Why would I ever lie to chat? It'd be disgusting. And so that's it. Get on peptides and HGH. I don't know. Like, I mean, for me personally, like my face is so fucked up. Like, I have like weird facial proportions, and also like my teeth are gone, and they've been gone for so long that they've deformed my face. So like, there's not really anything I can do about that. But like, there are other things that you can do instead. And my best advice is, if that does happen, you know, brush your fucking teeth whenever you're growing up, right? Because it totally fucks you up. So, yeah, you're fine. No, I look, guys, I don't want to get into this being about me or anything else. But in general, I will say this. A lot of people think that I look okay whenever I'm on camera in my own room, in my own lighting. Think about it like this. I obviously try to present myself in the best way possible. What do you think if you go look at me in photos with other people or on IRL streams, I look like an exhumed corpse. Like, I do. Like, this is just, it is what it is. Like, you can go and be like, oh, okay, well, you know, it's not really true. It absolutely is true. 100% it's true. If it wasn't true, you wouldn't have 50,000 fucking tweets about it being true. That's the facts. And so there it is. Corpse maxing? Yes, exactly. Like the drown from Witcher 3. Exactly. That's a good example. And so, you know, my mindset is like, if you can't do that, you have to do other things instead of that. And so that's really the way that I look at everything, is that, you know, if you're not good at one thing, you have to be even better at something else. And so a lot of guys, I think that there's a lot of sensitive guys that I don't think that have an agency-based approach on life.
No, I don't.
And I think that's also the very
sorry,
big
I can give you bandage.
Instead of looking at the disadvantages you have in life, and you look at them in a healthy and, you know, emotionally competent way, you, instead of that, try to fight against them, you hate them, you're, you know, trying to live in the, you know, like in opposition to them, and it's just not going to work, right? And so if you try and do that, you're not thinking about from my perspective. Like, in my opinion, the right perspective is you go
congratulations,
and fucking figure out what are you good at, what are you bad at, focus on the things that you're good at, make them even better, because usually things that you're not good at, you're probably not going to be able to make up the difference and have that happen. So yeah. My wife is pointing out all the gray hairs I have in my beard, so I have that now. Well, just point out her weight whenever she does that. Point out the fact that she's gained weight recently, and that way you can get even with her. I think that's probably a pretty good idea. Yeah, bro, like, you can't let her do that to you, bro. Like, yeah, really? Like, point out the fact that she got a few more wrinkles on her face. Yeah, man. That's the way it is, right? And anyway, then you get slapped. Yes, definitely. And your fingers look fatter. Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah, your wrists look. Have you been retaining water? You're not eating too much food, are you? Like, wow. And it's a great way to meet a lawyer. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess so, right? And anyway, you mad? That's the best advice. Yes, definitely. Gray hairs are a badge of honor. I don't know about that. I'm lucky. I don't really have that many gray hairs. Almost all my friends have a good amount of gray hair now and everything. I don't honestly. I'm surprised that I haven't aged more. And like fingers crossed. Knock on wood. It hasn't gotten even worse. Like I basically look the same minus like a little bit less hair, and for quite a while because you don't have hair. Okay. Well, anyway, so it's the candy, bro. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. It's all the candy. You're out in the sun a lot, definitely. But no, I think that for a lot of people, it's hard for them to start families now. It's become increasingly more difficult. You have way more people that are just not even planning on doing it. And I think that in a lot of cases, they would have the opportunity to. But unfortunately, it just seems like a lot of people nowadays are kind of like they've just given up, really. And I think it's sad. Like, I mean, I think it makes sense, right? It's like if you're over like 30, 35, right? There's more of a perspective of that. But in a general sense, I feel like a lot of those people just kind of give up too early, right? And yeah, it's like you're giving up, you're like 22 or something like that. Like, it's probably a little bit too early to give up.
Is that you, Digital?
Hey!
Is that you?
I'm Ganuf, your friend.
Okay, wrong guy. Yo, Digital, where you at? He's looking for you. Kinda scared, not gonna lie. No, bro, cool. Real cool. People are coming. Are you guys coming on the train? Come inside. Come on, come in. You shot me first. I defended myself.
I didn't shoot you first.
Yeah, you did.
You're a liar.
No, I'm over there.
It's just me again. It's just me.
What's up, bro?
Come on, man, don't do it. I need the money.
Nah.
Volví. Oh, estoy AFK, totalmente AFK. Vamos a tratar de salvarnos. A ver. Vamos, minuto 21. Juan que se llama villano.
I'm scared.
Ya. Taratatara, tataratatara. Tarararararara. El Combat Wombat. Oh.
This is some bullshit, because this censorship happens with everything, right? It does. But the problem is that this is a unique thing, and it's especially been in the last 10 years, is that you've had a tremendous amount of institutional calls for censorship. And I find these to just be so problematic and so bad. And like, you're getting this with movies, you get it with TV shows, you get it with music, and you especially get it with video games. And at the end of the day, these people, their main goal is to make sure that you can't have a fucking opinion. And the worst thing that they can have happen to them is for other people to get together and find out, wait a minute, actually, a lot of people do think like I do. Because these people rely on the illusion of a false consensus in order to push a narrative. And that's why they're going after Steam. That's the reason.
A group of developers are speaking out. For over 20 years, Steam has been the undisputed king of PC gaming. But in February 2026, a massive report from The Guardian revealed a growing rebellion. A group of developers are speaking out.
Ship publication.
And their target isn't a rival console. It's the very thing that makes Steam work, the user review system.
See, they don't understand this because they're in fucking Britain or something like that, but we have freedom of speech here. They want to bring in colonizers. We fought a fucking war over this in 7 no, we don't want you to come and colonize our fucking website so you can push your narrative. Get the fuck out of here.
Titled "This Shouldn't Be Normal," developers
ridiculous.
speak out about
Absolutely
bigotry on
insane.
Steam, paints a picture of a platform in chaos. Multiple creators are describing what they call ineffective moderation.
It's not effective because it doesn't work.
Unchecked hatred. They want Valve.
Unchecked. They want to tell other people what to think. That's what they do. They want to tell other people what to think and tell other people what they can't think.
To step in. They want reviews deleted.
That's
they want
right.
the culture wars scrubbed from
That's
their store pages.
It's
But
not, no, they don't want the cultural war scrubbed. They want to win the culture war. That's a very big, important difference. Because these people are not against a culture war. They're against an opposition to their culture war. This entire idea that, it's culture war. No. You start it, and then you don't want anybody else to respond. That's the problem.
Valve isn't budging. In fact, their response to these demands has been one of the most significant defenses of platform neutrality we've seen in years. Today, we're looking at why some developers think Steam is broken and why Valve believes that fixing it their way would actually be the ultimate act of censorship. The primary argument from the developers is that Steam has become a quote-unquote battleground. Take design.
Yeah, it's a battleground for the culture war. Yeah, and you have a problem with that because you just want to win categorically. You want to win by default, and because people are pushing back on you, now you think it's a problem.
Lawhead, for example, Lawhead spent 2 years trying to get specific reviews removed from their game pages. One review of the game Blue Suburbia was objectively personal, referencing Lawhead's private life and physical appearance. Lawhead told The Guardian, "I assumed reporting Steam abuse might have its own issues, but I did have hope that this would be the way to get it resolved. Then there's the case of COVID and actual
total bullshit, by the way. Nobody should get their review. If you want to review something because you think the developer's fat, fair. If you want to review something because you think that the whatever it is, like the fucking the graphics are bad, fair. Everything should be fair.
horror game.
That's right.
The developer even claims he was targeted by a curator called Charlie Tweets Detected. This curator doesn't review games based on graphics or gameplay. They review them based on what the developer said about Charlie's turn. So what's the problem? Reported this to Steam support, arguing it was off topic. But look at how
that's not even true. I bet this is the question that you should ask anybody who tries to push this. Do you think that people should be able to download games made by a developer that thinks that black people are bad? Like they don't think it's racist or and they will trip over each other to try to explain why it's different. But at the end of the day, they actually don't have a problem with this. They have a problem when it happens to them.
Steam responded. They defined off-topic as a recipe for cookies or something completely unrelated to video games that is clearly trolling. Because the review was tied to the developer of the game, Steam let it stand. To these developers, this feels like an ultimate act of betrayal. Amy of Studio Plain Toast stated Valve's refusal to moderate any of this is making Steam reviews and forums the battleground for some kind of culture war. It's making them unsafe for marginalized people. But this
unsafe for marginalized people. If you read a review, you might kill yourself. You might actually even die. So this is the anti-woke. See, the reason why
I don't
they have
have any
with this is because they're losing. They're totally losing their market share. They've already lost the chokehold that they had on online discourse. They no longer can put out a message and nobody can respond to it. Now you have people like me to farm the fuck out of them for hate, and I'm going to keep doing it too. I'm going to keep doing it. And now, every single time that I hear somebody try to censor, I do it twice as much. I go twice as hard. I push twice as much. I review these games, I shit on them, and that's what you get. You shouldn't have done it. And the thing is, and the reason why, everyone's retarded, yeah, exactly. Aren't we all marginalized people? No, they want to marginalize you and then claim to be the victim whenever you try to push back. That's the reason why. They want to criticize without criticism. I'll keep doing it. I love it.
But this isn't just about small indie games either. We are seeing this play out with massive projects that have recently crashed and burned. Just look at Highguard. When the game launched, it was met with a very negative rating almost instantly. The developers at Wildlight Studio didn't just take the L, they blamed the hate mobs. A former developer who got let go reflected on the launch, saying we were turned into a joke from minute one.
It was actually about second one, but yeah, that's true. This guy got so much pushback on Twitter for writing out his stupid little article that he deleted his entire account. You know what I call that? Natural selection. That's what's gonna happen. Shouldn't have done it. Shouldn't have made trash and blame gamers. And like he's going there, he's quoting things that I said. He doesn't name me, right? But he's quoting things that I said. And then he's acting like, oh, it's unfair. Too bad, bitch. Too bad. I'm going to do it again.
Argue that dishonest critiques of their characters and anti-woke sentiment killed the game before it had a chance. But it's...
See, they always have a problem with anti-woke sentiment, but they don't have a problem with woke sentiment. You know why? It's because that's what they want to push. So they have no problem pushing their narrative, but they don't want anybody else to have the same thing.
If you look at the reviews, the players are saying something different. They're saying the game was boring, the art style was unattractive, and they didn't want another live service clone. By asking Steam to moderate reviews, the developers are essentially asking Steam to hide the fact that the market has rejected their product.
Exactly. They want to censor the players so they can sell their product to people that are uninformed. They fundamentally, like what they're advocating for is fundamentally aggression and scamming an audience. That's what they want.
Mike Rose, head of No More Robots, recently went public because Valve rejected a complaint about a review that said Rogue Game also has Muslims. Rose argued that racism is against guidelines and should be a no-brainer for removal, but...
Nope. Too bad. Too bad. If someone doesn't like that, then they can downvote the game. They want censorship so bad, they do. It's because they can only exist in a world that's censored. They can't exist in a free marketplace of ideas. The only place in which these people can proliferate and succeed is whenever they are allowed to succeed through institutional means. They don't deserve to succeed in the natural market. That's why they have to fight so hard to make it unnatural.
Valve's response was silent. They didn't delete it because the moment Valve starts...
Of course it's not a race. There's plenty of white Muslims. It's overwhelmingly, maybe, I don't know if it's overwhelming, but like a lot of people that are Islamic or not Muslim. But like, yeah, there are white Muslims for sure.
Verifying what is a valid opinion on a group of people, they become an editorial board, not a storefront. So what we're seeing here in 2026 is an accountability crisis. In the past, if a game failed, the developers went back to the drawing board to figure out where it went wrong. Today, they just go ahead and complain to Steam. By grouping legitimate criticism with bigotry, developers are attempting to create a world where any dissent or negative review is a violation of safety.
That's what they do, right? Is they say that, and I'm very opinionated about this if it's not obvious. They say that any disagreement or pushback is somehow bigotry or problematic. So really what what they do is they start with the premise that bigotry should be banned. And then they reframe criticism into bigotry so they can justify banning it. It's a 1-2 step. It's a second order effect. So some people don't get the connection, but that's where things are going.
Actually asking Valve to ignore the data, which is very similar to the relooted strategy when CEO Ben Myers blames YouTubers and bad faith.
Oh, wait, he made a tweet about this? I didn't even see this. This is the Steam forum for Relooted. It's all grave dancing, rightoid, culture war incels. Do you think Valve is ever going to crack down on this shit? If they ever do, I'm going to make it worse for you. I'm going to do it even more. That's fine. I'll keep it up. I'll be right back. All right. I'm back. Sorry about that. So we got a hose mad situation, huh? They crashing out over my YouTube video? They should be saying thank you. It got more people seeing the fucking game than anybody else.
And bad faith actors, he is asking for a version of Steam where only approved opinions are allowed to affect the game's visibility. So if Valve would hypothetically fall to this pressure...
And they would do this to YouTube too. That's what they do, is they try to knock down one domino and use the fact that that domino fell to justify the other ones. So they pressure Steam a bunch, maybe Steam does it, and then they go to YouTube and they say, well, Steam did it, you should do it too. That's how it works.
Steam review score would become as useless as a paid-for critic score on a corporate site. But here's where things get interesting. As most tech giants usually cave under this kind of pressure, Valve operates very differently. With only 300 employees managing 42 million concurrent users, Valve relies on a philosophy of radical neutrality. When Lawhead pushed Steam to remove those reviews, Steam support wrote, "We aren't in a position to verify the accuracy of statements made in user reviews, and we don't try to moderate reviews based on accuracy."
That's right.
Valve went even further, explicitly stating that removing these reviews could be seen as censorship.
It would be censorship, and that's what they want. They want censorship.
This is a massive statement. Valve is essentially saying that once they start deciding which mean reviews are accurate and which ones are harassment, they become the arbiters of truth. Exactly. And Valve has no interest in being...
And then as soon as they delete some reviews, then there's the question of why aren't you deleting the other reviews? What about this other review? Well, there's this review over here. Well, you deleted that one. Why won't you delete this one? This is Pandora's box.
moral compass. Another developer received a similar response after reporting transphobic comments. It's much better to continue working on the product while letting the community use the helpfulness feature to surface reviews that they agree with or find to be uninformed. And this is the Steam way. If a review is bad or bigoted or stupid, Valve expects the users to vote it down into irrelevance. They believe in the helpful button.
Except it's the top review.
More than the delete button. The developers in the Guardian report argue that because Steam is a near monopoly, it has a monumental responsibility to protect them. They say a single
single negative rating can mean a difference in success and failure. Bullshit. It's just not even true.
Negative rating can mean the difference between success and failure. And in a way, they are right, it can. But that's exactly why the system must remain uncensored. If Valve starts deleting reviews because a developer finds them...
And also, like, keep in mind that all of this is done from the perspective of the seller. This is the commercial perspective. They're not thinking about the user. They're not thinking about whether the user is getting a good understanding of what they're buying. They don't care about what the user's perspective is. This is all about, the industry. It's all about, media and how media feel. The moment that you start making decisions for a group of people that's not your core customer and your end customer is the moment that your business starts failing. Now, it might not be immediate, but it is inevitable.
Sincere or bigoted, where does it stop? Does a review complaining about woke characters get deleted? What about a review complaining about bad optimization that the dev claims is fixed? What about a review that,
like Monster Hunter Wilds,
that calls a dev lazy? The moment Valve begins verifying accuracy, every developer on the platform will flood them with tickets demanding the removal of every negative review that isn't 100% technical.
Exactly. And it will waste everybody's time.
We would see the death of the mixed rating. Every game would just be...
Not protecting vulnerable groups and they're protecting customers? Well, that's a false premise. There are no vulnerable groups. If you're too vulnerable that you can't read a Steam review and you're going to have to end up killing yourself, then you need to get off the internet and you need to be committed to a mental institution. Immediately. Immediately you need to be committed to a mental institution. Like, I'm not gonna turn the world into a padded room just because some people won't go in one. No. Deal with it, pussy.
Overwhelmingly positive because any negative review would just get deleted. The report quotes developer Fee saying to us, it seems that in Steam's view, hateful comments about an individual is abuse, but targeting it towards a group of people is totally fine. And while that sounds harsh, it reveals the core of the friction. Steam treats groups as topics. If you make a game about a specific political identity, the community is going to discuss that identity. You cannot invite the world...
It's part of the game.
To look at your art and then demand they only speak about it in ways you find safe. But for
I love this guy.
the consumer, Steam is a marketplace of ideas. When you see a game with mostly negative reviews, it's just a large warning. Sometimes that warning is about bugs, sometimes it's about a developer's behavior, and sometimes it's about the woke content the developer is pushing. The point is, the customer gets to decide what information is relevant to them. So the Guardian article concludes with Lawhead saying...
you can easily look at a review, like for example, Monster Hunter Wilds is a great example of this. So if you, like, I have a great computer. I do. I have an amazing computer. And because of that, I never had to deal with any of the issues that Monster Hunter Wilds had with performance, because my 5090 could run it anyway. But other people did. So whenever I saw the negative reviews, I just saw them and I was like, ah, shit, okay, well, I guess this is just because performance. I guess the game will be okay for me, right? So, like, if you just look at a number, like, isn't that also the user error? Did you finish Kazan? I never did, actually.
This shouldn't be normal, but for millions of people who use Steam every day, this is the normal they want. They want the raw, unfiltered, and sometimes ugly truth of the community's opinion. Steam's refusal to moderate accuracy isn't a failure of the system. It's actually a feature that keeps the system honest. So Valve has made its choice. They are choosing the chaos of the public square over the safety of the gated community.
There's no safety of the gated community, because the safety of the developers is the danger of the user. Like, basically, you're sparing a developer's feelings, so potentially millions of people could make a bad purchasing decision and be out $30. And now you have to deal with the refund system. Now you're thinking about this. So, like, it's another emotional manipulation inversion. So you're trying to say that you getting your feelings hurt is more important than, damn, that's a big ass spider. He respawned. I forgot what happened. Now he's back. So anyway, your feelings as a developer are more important than the money of your customers. That's what it is. Show it? I don't know, it's like white or something like that.
As long as they do, Steam will remain the only place where the users, not the corporations, have the final word. But overall, what do you think?
Oops, sorry about that. I mean, that's basically the end of the video, to be fair. But, like,
is Valve justified in protecting mean reviews to avoid censorship?
They absolutely are, by the way. They 100% are. It's not even a question. Like Steam is one of the only companies that's actually consumer first, because fundamentally what these other people want is not consumer first. They don't care about the consumer. They don't want to help the consumer. They want to patronize, demonize, and negatively treat the consumer as some sort of adversary that must be overcome. Like, how can we overcome the consumer? How can we find a way to make this, you know, like this stupid consumer believe what we think that they should think? And that's it. Fuck that, man. Yeah, they hate the consumer. They do. They hate the consumer. They patronize the consumer, and they ultimately resent, and they
Hello,
I think they hold
good
the consumer
afternoon,
in contempt.
sir.
And the thing is that also they want to, this is one thing that's really important, is that there is a false premise, again, that we are the ones pushing the culture war. That's not true. They want to push their culture war, and they don't want anybody else to respond. They want to be the only people that have, you know, any ability to speak out about this. Like, whenever they say culture war, they're already winning the culture war because they're making this game and they're being protected. But whenever there's a gap in the armor here, right? There's a crack in the dam. Now it's a big problem because it shows the flaws. Projecting no way. Yeah, they are the ones that started this culture war. These are parasites that have infested video games and media, and they make it impossible to get away from their message about trans people or about gay people or black people or whatever. And these are even messages in a lot of cases I agree with. I just don't want to hear them when I'm playing a game about medieval fucking samurai. Like, I don't want to hear about feudal. I don't want to hear about, you know, how hard it is to be a woman whenever I'm playing.
Hey, this guy killed me. Let me go.
Samurai for Oda Nobunaga. I don't want to hear
Okay, whatever you say. Let me go. Let me go. Let me go. Come on, man. I need the money.
So that's how I see it.
Other guy, you're gonna come too.
And totally agree on that. Absolutely, I do. And they're even going to do that. The thing is, too, they'll do this with pricing.
This guy just downed me.
Anything that they can. There's the video. Make sure to get this.
No, I didn't try to kill you. I flashlight.
Flashlight. I am too. I totally support him. I support Valve.
Don't
I think they're
believe
totally
him.
making
I
the right
would call
decisions.
it.
And these shitty fucking companies, this UK
Are you black?
that's sitting
You
around
look
trying
black.
to make bullshit. This shouldn't be normal. Why don't you shut the fuck up?
Okay,
They
you
shouldn't
act
be
like
making
what?
video games like this. How about that? And also, like, who decides what's normal? The thing that most people think in the entire world shouldn't be what's normal. Too bad. I don't think dogs should die, but they do, because that's the world. Get used to it, bitch. That's too bad. You want to hear that? They're so untalented, they can't tell a good struggle or women minority story? Well, I think that you're right about that. I mean, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of good stories. Like, for example, if a studio like Rockstar was making, like, what they were making that Assassin's Creed game that was like a post, like abolition, like, which is slavery, right? But post-slavery, like, you know, let's say 1880s, and you're like a black guy that's fighting like KKK members and, you know, like other types of racists trying to, like, you know, survive and help other black people. I think that'd be fucking goated. It would be amazing. But the truth is that a company like Ubisoft, they don't have the narrative, and they don't have the maturity to tell a story like that in a way that is respectful, clever, and not patronizing. They just don't have the skill. Django Unchained would be a really good example of it being possible. Yeah, I love Django Unchained. I probably watched that movie 20 times. Like, I've probably watched it 20 times. I've watched Inglourious Basterds probably 50 times. So it's not that you can't do it, because, yeah, again, Django Unchained proved this isn't true. It's just that this company can't fucking do it. And that's it. So Valve, I didn't look at this the other day. We're going to look into it. So obviously they're trying to regulate Steam. They're trying to get it under control. Uh-oh. Here we go. We're going to take a look at it.
On January 28, 2026, the world of intellectual property changed forever.
Oh, yeah.
For years, the name Lee Rothschild has been a shadow over the tech industry.
Classic.
A man who has filed over 1,200 patent lawsuits against everyone from Apple to small businesses. Most companies just pay him to go away. It's easier and it's usually cheaper. But he made one fatal mistake. He tried to squeeze Valve. If you've been following this channel, you know the drama.
Are you telling me that not only did Gabe not get found in the Epstein files, but he defeated one of their elite lieutenants in the court of law? No way!
has been insane. We've seen lawyers caught using AI to fake legal citations and then having to issue apologies. But now the games are over. A federal judge has issued a pair of devastating rulings that sided with Valve and functionally dismantled Rothschild's entire defense. The judge has officially ruled that Rothschild breached his contract, and in just a few weeks, Valve is taking this all the way to a jury trial to seek millions in damages. Valve isn't just winning—
Oh my god! Oh my god, bro! He's taking on the Illuminati and he's winning!
Apologies, but now the games are over. A federal judge has issued a pair of devastating rulings that sided with Valve and functionally dismantled Rothschild's entire defense. The judge has officially ruled that Rothschild breached his contract, and in just a few weeks, Valve is taking this all the way to a jury trial to seek millions in damages. Valve isn't just winning—
Oh my god! Oh my god, bro! He's taking on the Illuminati and he's winning! Holy shit!
They are going to be setting a precedent that could end this patent troll for good. To understand why these new documents are so explosive, we have to look at the contract that started the war. Back in 2016, Valve and Rothschild entered into a global settlement and license agreement, or the GSLA. This was supposed to be kind of like a peace treaty. Valve paid Rothschild a valuable consideration, essentially a giant pile of cash, in exchange for a perpetual, irrevocable, royalty-free, fully paid-up, worldwide license to Rothschild's patent portfolio. The agreement was pretty simple. Rothschild gets paid, and in return he promises not to sue licensee, Valve, or its affiliates for the actual or alleged infringement ever again.
Well, how could— I mean, that's so— like, that's like saying all your base R belong to us. How could you even think that you had a case?
So for 6 years, there was silence. But then in 2022, Rothschild's companies started sending marketing messages to Valve's legal team, essentially saying, hey, we have some new inventory of patents. Want to buy a new license?
But they already had bought it in perpetuity because the license was categorical for the entire library, and the library was not stated— like, this is a living— like, his patents expire. So because patents expire, very clearly you couldn't make a— you couldn't take a snapshot of this because things would inevitably be removed. Bro, Gavin mogged him? Yeah, bro, he mogged the Rothschilds. Oh my god.
Knowing that they already had a perpetual license, ignored the emails. So Rothschild did what he always does. He sued them. Specifically, his company Display Technologies filed a lawsuit in September 2022 alleging Valve infringed on a patent that was already covered by the 2016 deal. When Valve's counsel pointed this out and emailed the Rothschild lawyers a copy of their own 2016 contract, they didn't just apologize. They actually doubled down until they were forced to dismiss the case. And that—
oh my god. What a fucking parasite. Like, this is— it's actually insane that companies have to deal with bullshit like this. Like,
his company
god.
Knowing that they already had a perpetual license, ignored the emails. So Rothschild did what he always does. He sued them. Specifically, his company Display Technologies filed a lawsuit in September 2022 alleging Valve infringed on a patent that was already covered by the 2016 deal. When Valve's counsel pointed this out and emailed the Rothschild lawyers a copy of their own 2016 contract, they didn't just apologize. They actually doubled down until they were forced to dismiss the case.
Oh my god. What a fucking parasite. Like, this is— it's actually insane that companies have to deal with bullshit like this. What a fucking parasite. It's a shakedown. It is. This is a— I'm altering the deal. Pray that I do not alter it any further. What's so weird about this is that couldn't they just get out of this if they had just created a separate entity and had the separate entity hold the patents in that other entity instead? Like, why would they do it under the same entity of the Rothschilds? Like, this is— it's even stupid business. Like, there's no way. They're too lazy? I don't know. Like, it's hubris. Classic.
That leads us to the explosive rulings the judge just handed down. In the recent ruling, Judge Jamal Whitehead finally addressed this. Rothschild's legal team tried to argue that because they dismissed the 2022 case promptly, it wasn't a real breach. But the judge wasn't having it. He wrote the court finds as a matter of law that Rothschild and DT breached the GSLA by suing Valve on September 27th, 2022.
Oh, wow. So even seeking legal—
and that prompt dismissal of the lawsuit did not cure the breach. This is the partial part of the victory for Valve. For the 2022 conduct, Valve has already won. Rothschild is—
so that wasn't enough for Jamal. He said, wait a minute, hold up. Not only do you lose, But now you're liable.
Now a contract breaker in
Damn.
the eyes of the law. The only thing
Jamal's
for
a gamer?
jury to decide
Think he
on
played
this
Deadlock?
point is how much money Rothschild owes Valve for the trouble he caused. In June 2023, Rothschild's lawyers sent another letter to Valve threatening to sue them over the 221 patent. This was after Valve had already warned them about the 2016.
That's a patent? Claim, a method for storing media content and delivering requested media content to a consumer device. How can you even patent something that abstract? This is, bro, what?
221 patent.
Where's this here? That's it? I'm reading it. This is ridiculous. Wow. They want to fleece the I can't say that word. He said they want to fleece the Goyim.
This was after Valve had already warned them about the 2016 contract in the 2022 case. But Rothschild's excuse this time was that he claimed it was just a genuine mistake. His team argued that because Rothschild introduced so many patents, they simply forgot the 221 patent was on the list of things they weren't allowed to do.
But I think they'll probably use the fact that they did a previous lawsuit as an indicator that they were operating in bad faith, right?
But here's the catch that makes the upcoming trial so important. The judge ruled that he could not grant summary judgment on this 2023 conduct. See, as under Texas law, if a breach is based on a genuine mistake, it might not count as breaching the contract.
Sure,
so the judge stated that whether this was a lawful act or a genuine mistake is a genuine dispute of material fact. Now, this is where things change.
I feel like it's a pattern of behavior, right? I mean, if they had already sent it once before, like, I mean, I don't know.
Changed quite a bit. Rothschild's team tried to get the judge to throw out Valve's claims under the Washington Patent Troll Protection Act. They argued
no shot. This is like a roach trying to use roach remover spray on a human. This is like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute, I'm gonna use this on you.
that only the Attorney General
it's a mouse
can
using
sue
a mouse
under
trap.
this act, not a private company like Valve. They wanted to keep this a simple private contract dispute. But in a recent document, Judge Whitehead just dropped the hammer. He ruled that Valve does have the right to sue under this act because patent trolling is a matter of vital public interest.
I'm assuming that and the thing is that it's probably a defense. Like that legal proceeding or delineation is probably a legal defense. So that's something that they have to figure out in court whether it was a matter of a mistake or not. So it's going to probably, oh man.
He stated the court declines to adopt an interpretation that would leave injured parties without recourse while simultaneously declaring their injuries to be matters of vital public concern. By keeping the PTPA claim alive, the judge is allowing Valve to argue that Rothschild's business model is an unfair or deceptive act in trade or commerce.
Guys, I think I'm having a fucking, a hallucination. Is America actually doing a ruling against an abusive company that's taking advantage of people? This has to be in Europe or something, right? What the hell is this?
This opens the door for treble damages, meaning the jury could triple whatever amount of money they think Rothschild owes Valve. Valve is looking to make it financially devastating to ever target them again, and that leads us to one of the most satisfying parts of this case. Most patent trolls use a shell game strategy. They create dozens of tiny LLCs with no assets, and if an LLC loses a case, it just goes bankrupt and the troll walks away with their personal wealth untouched.
I am that guy's a level 80, right? I'm a level 15 on this kind of stuff, okay? Actually, that's not even true. I'm a level 11. Even I know how ridiculous this is. So think about an elite lieutenant of the Illuminati. I mean, this is some crazy, crazy shit.
Aren't just suing the companies like Display Technologies or Patent Asset Management. They are suing Lee Rothschild personally. They are arguing that these companies are just alter egos for Rothschild himself. If Valve succeeds in the upcoming trial, Lee Rothschild could be held personally responsible. Valve isn't just
I mean, if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a separate entity, an entirely separate entity for... So here's the logic, right? Is that if he's so lazy that he didn't even create a completely separate entity for him to create new patents with, so he could take advantage of the library and the changing nature of it, he probably has the arrogance to mix some degree of transactions or business that he does, especially maybe even in creating the LLC, in doing the initial filing for it, that could be used as evidence of him breaking the corporate veil or piercing the corporate veil. And if they're able to do that, which means that basically if you're shown to have been using a corporate entity for personal finances, you can be held liable personally for the bad actions of your company. This is a very common practice. So I bet there's a chance in Discovery they can find that. I do. I think there's a pretty high chance too, especially if he's going and trying to. If he is trying to run away, I wonder why that is.
Getting Rothschild, they are actually going after his lawyers too, Samuel Mailer and Mailer Legal PLLC. This is where the case gets truly personal, as in many legal battles, the lawyers are shielded by what's called litigation privilege. But Valve is pushing back against that shield. Valve's in-house counsel warned Mailer as early as December 2022 that his behavior indicated a failure to do a Rule 11 inquiry, which is lawyer talk for you didn't do your homework before filing this lawsuit. Mailer responded in January 2023, claiming he had carefully reviewed the GSLA. Yet just 6 months later.
But if he did the lawsuit, if he looked it up, then why did they make a mistake? And then I don't understand this. So like if you looked it up and you said you did your due diligence, but the original argument was that you were making, that you made a mistake, then a mistake would imply that you didn't do your due diligence. Like this is,
Mailer sent a letter threatening to sue over the 221 patent, a patent he just claimed to have carefully reviewed. When challenged on this, his defense was that he did not realize the 221 patent was listed in the GSLA, and that he had relied on his client to track licenses. Valve is arguing that the Mailer defendants were active participants in a bad faith scheme to extract settlements through unfair or deceptive acts. Valve is sending
I wonder if, because if they're working with them a lot, I wonder if there's a chance that they're being paid through equity in the company. Because if that's the case, then I bet he probably can loop the lawyers in with this. Because if they have a financial incentive in the company too, of course, yeah, exactly. It's like suing yourself. No.
Terrifying message to the patent troll industry. In a recent document, the judge allowed these claims to move forward. This means the Mailer defendants are officially headed to trial and could be on the hook for damages alongside Rothschild himself. So where does that leave us? The trial is actually...
Honestly, this needs to happen more. I'm gonna be real. Like the amount of people that go around and they're just like the amount of patent and copyright abuse that happens. And I think that the main reason why the patent and copyright abuse is so problematic is because it's almost always a person that has a lot of resources who's doing it towards a person who has very little resources. And that's usually what happens.
Set to begin in just a few weeks in Seattle, and because of these summary judgment rulings, the trial will be about the damages and how much Rothschild owes Valve. The 2023 mistake, was it an actual genuine mistake, or was he just...
And the thing is, what's crazy about this is that if they win this, then do you think that this is the only mistake that the Rothschilds, that this company's ever made? Probably not. Like, what do you think the odds are that the only mistake they've ever made was with Valve, the only company, coincidentally, that has the resources and power to sue them and retaliate? Almost zero. So this could be a domino effect.
Trying to extract money and personal liability for Rothschild. This overall is a massive win for Valve, but it's an even bigger one for the tech community. Valve chose to fight this time, spending millions of dollars in going through fake AI citations, but now they are weeks away from potentially dealing a death blow to one of the most known patent trolls in US history. If you want to stay updated on all Valve news, make sure you subscribe.
The difference between...
Oh my God.
On January...
How does he do it, man? Bro, how does he do it? I don't understand this. Like, he's just that guy. He's got motion, he does. Oh my God. Yeah, and he's a wizard. Apparently, bro, like, I'm gonna link y'all the video. I didn't even know about this. He's the anti-Epstein. He is, bro. Like, wow. Oh my fucking God, give it a like. I've watched Water CS2's videos in the past, and I watched his videos on the Visa and MasterCard censorship. I remember this, and I'm very glad to see it. Yeah, Rothschild, bro, dude, imagine mogging the Rothschilds after not being found on the Epstein files. That's a motherfucking American right there. Man, how about that? That's Aura? Yep, that's fucking Aura. Absolutely fucking mogged. Valve is a crazy, unstoppable juggernaut. I'm feeling like, bro, I'm seeing this and I'm thinking maybe I got to play a little bit of Deadlock, you know? Like, I haven't even tried it out. I was going to, and then like I forgot what happened, but I didn't play it. I'm thinking, man, maybe I gotta get into that. Yeah, the anti-Jeffrey. I guess so. Just win against the Redacted. Yeah, bro, he wins against Redacted. He goes up against Redacted and wins. Oh my God. And open cases on CSGO. I've never done that. I've only watched Train do it. That's the only. I actually no. I watched Tim do it. Tim the Tapman. That was it. I haven't seen anybody else do it at all for anything. And the brand is called Long D, and Dave knows a phase model. I guess so. Deadlock's great. It's a lot to learn though. That's all right. I mean, if it's going to be a fun game and people are going to play it for a long time, then I might as well play it and see what it's like. And that's it. You wouldn't stand a chance, but MOBAs are a lifestyle. I know that. I do. But one day I'll try it out. No, I'm so happy to see this. I really am. And you open Genshin cases, but not CS. I don't like how you're calling them cases. And the main thing I don't like about it is the fact that you're right. They kind of are cases, aren't they? But yeah, I haven't really seen anything about that at all. And yeah, maybe one day I'll do cases for CSGO, but maybe not anytime soon. Deadlock is doing pretty good, close to 100K players on average. Well, it's crazy how like every game that they make is just like insanely fucking good, man. It is. And I'm happy to see it. I am. This is amazing. Like it's very, very, very good.
Seen some reports that he would present himself as a bounty hunter, that he would find people's missing money. Do you recall him saying anything like that?
No.
Uh-huh.
Well, specifically, I talked to Ellie de Rothschild, and so I mentioned that earlier. So he represented their whole family, so there'd been a whole bunch of people.
Yep.
I mean,
So Epstein was working with the Rothschilds.
I never would have met, but I knew Ellie.
Usual suspects.
I never met people, but there were people that called me that either insinuated or said they knew Jeffrey through a financial relationship.
Yeah, sure.
And so, I mean, they could have been actors, but at the time, a guy calls me up. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
It's just because I want you to understand this, because it's so confusing to me. He would say, like, I'm providing financial advice to the founders of Google.
What? Hold up, what?
I'm providing financial advice to Jeff Bezos. I'm providing financial advice for the chief technologist at Google. Wow, I'm in good company because these are really smart guys with a lot of money.
Yeah.
And you have to put yourself in the mindset of if my attorney said, he was qualified to argue in front of the Supreme Court.
You're gonna decide that, yeah.
Call the Supreme Court.
He's big money, high finance. Yeah, I know.
Is he really an attorney, or did he do this?
So they just really I mean, this guy, honestly, let me go back. I'll pull up. There's some more clips about this too. So they actually had him talking about Jeffrey Epstein a little bit, letting him know what's going on. And what's this here? Les Wexner's attorney during his House Oversight Committee deposition.
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay. It was just written.
Honestly, I'm going to be real. Whatever he's paying this attorney, double it. Double it. Double it. Like this dude, like this, exactly like good attorney. Yeah, bro, double it. Whatever this dude is getting paid, it's not enough. He's getting underpaid. If it's 100,000, it's 200,000. What he said was, I will fucking kill you if you answer another question with more than 5 words, okay?
It was just regularly done. Answer the question. Okay. It was.
God. Making his job hella hard. It is. No, absolutely. That shit is fucking funny. They hot mic'd him on that. Literally what he says. It's so obvious, right? Oh my God. Holy shit, he actually said that. Yes. Done. Did he actually say it? Yes, listen again. Whatever he's getting paid, double it. Whatever they're getting him, double it. Get it in there, man. Like, absolutely. Like, this attorney, like, this is the kind of dude you want on your side. This is the guy that you want representing you. Absolutely. 100%. And you got to respect even this old ass man, right? I mean, like, you got to, because, you know, you're in a good position, but you listen to the attorney, you're like, yeah, you know what? You're right about that. And no, it's smart. And conveying a threat in court, classic. Absolutely, bro. Like, yes. Did Maxwell ever introduce you? Oh, here we go.
Mr. Wexner, the committee is investigating the circumstances surrounding Mr. Epstein and Ms. Maxwell and the trafficking of young women, trafficking and sexual abuse of young women or girls. Did Ms. Maxwell ever introduce you to any young woman or girl?
That's such a large question. Like, maybe she introduced you to, like, her daughter or something. Like, I feel like that's...
No, I don't think she ever introduced me to any female or man.
Did Ms. Maxwell ever ask you to introduce...
That's more than 5 words.
...young woman or girl to your friends or associates?
No.
Yeah.
Did you ever introduce any young woman or girl that you met through Ms. Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
Objection. This is in fact not in evidence.
Oh.
That's fine. I think the answer is no, but that's...
Did you ever introduce any woman or girl that you met through Ms. Maxwell to any of your friends or associates?
No, never.
Man. And so, I don't know, Bro Unlimited 2, Justice and Victoria's Secret, he was absolutely being... This is the guy, yeah, I mean, like, he never got introduced to a young woman, but he owned Victoria's Secret. Like, I don't know about this one, right? Sitting Munger of Congress, what is this? What's he saying?
It's about $1 billion that was either transferred, provided in stocks, or given directly to Mr. Epstein by Wexner. We should be very clear.
$1 billion? That's a lot of money.
That the two were very close per reporting.
That's a lot.
They spent a lot of time together. Mr. Wexner
for $1 billion,
both Epstein's Island as well as his other properties.
Yeah.
Mr. Wexner also admitted that Jeffrey Epstein had access to a lot of Mr. Wexner's wealth. And when asked even simple questions, even as it relates to Mr. Epstein being the co-president of the foundation that established the area that we're in today, Mr. Wexner had little to say.
Less than 5 words,
in fact,
probably.
It's clear that Mr. Wexner is trying to downplay how close Jeffrey Epstein and Mr. Wexner actually were.
I mean, I would too if I was him.
And we should be very clear
that
there would be no Epstein Island, there'd be no Epstein plane, there'd be no money to traffic women and girls. Mr. Epstein would not be the wealthy man he was without the support of Les Wexner.
Man.
I think it's very important for us to note at this moment.
I don't even know if that part is true because he had a bunch of other people on his back. But like on top of this, like I think there's something going on, right? $1 billion buys a lot of jerky, pizza, and hot dogs. It sure does. And I just know, I wonder what the hell is going on with this. I really do. And not a single Republican showed up for Les Wexner's deposition today. Wait, what?
It is very frustrating the fact that there are no Republicans here today. I wish there were Republicans because sex trafficking should not be a D versus R issue. It should be a bipartisan issue. Everybody should be invested in finding the truth right now. And the fact that we've had so little cooperation from the Republicans on the House Oversight Committee, that the DOJ has actively tried to obstruct this investigation, that is shameful. Christ. And it will go down as a permanent mark on the records of people like Pam Bondi and Donald Trump.
Oh my God. Yeah, and the thing is that like he's right. He's right about this, man. He is. It's fucking ridiculous. So I don't know what the hell is going on with this. It's so fucking frustrating for me to see it. And now you have it. Yeah, he's right. Yeah, exactly. Why are they playing games on this? It shouldn't be Democrat versus Republican. Exactly. Yes, Pam Bondi, dumb as fuck. They got to get rid of her, bro. Like they do. They got to totally get rid of her. And I don't know why they haven't already, honestly. Like, because she just, everything about this. Let me see if I can find. Oh, no. Is this about Trump? Oh, here we go.
Did you ever spend time with Epstein and Donald Trump?
Together?
Yes.
I would answer this question accurately. I would go to some of the Victoria's Secret fashion shows. It was very important to the brand. At some of the fashion shows, Jeffrey was there, and some Trump was there. But I remember, because Trump would always introduce himself to me, and I always thought it was kind of odd that he was at the fashion show because he had nothing to do with fashion.
You thought it was odd that Trump was at the Victoria's Secret fashion show? Like, what are we doing here? Like, really, what are we doing? Like, are we really playing this game? Oh my God.
So the coincidence of them being together.
Coincidence.
At an event, it could have been that, but I have no specific recollection. They never had a social or like a drink or a cup of coffee, something.
With the two of them? Yeah.
You know, that would put them together.
Okay, so just to clarify, because I want to make sure we're clear on the record, you're saying that you can recall instances potentially where Epstein and Trump were together and you were in their presence, or just a random scenario where Epstein may be there, Trump may be there separately?
Yeah, that's what he was saying. I think that's clearly what he's saying. Yeah.
If it happened.
What we would answer? Answer is no. Yeah.
Okay. Did you ever see or become aware of President Trump having a sexual relationship with a person who was introduced to him by Epstein or Maxwell?
Oh, he's probably gonna say no on this.
Has Donald Trump ever discussed Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
That's surprising.
Did Jeffrey Epstein ever discuss Donald Trump with you?
These questions are nuts. They only care about Epstein to the extent that they can pin it on Trump. Like, you got to keep in mind, like, not all the Democrats, right? I mean, some of them are principled, but like a lot of them only care about the Epstein files to the extent that it's a weapon against Trump. They don't really care about the kids that are getting raped, because if they did, they'd want to get rid of the migrants, right? And so they don't actually care about this issue. They're just using it as a tool to indirectly insinuate and attack Trump. So it's important to keep that in mind.
I would describe it, he would name drop it. So he would say things like, I know President Clinton, or I know the Pope, or I know God, or I know you. It was that kind of name dropping, but never, I can't remember a specific place, but Jeffrey dropped a lot of names.
Yeah.
Okay. So to clarify, you believe he specifically dropped Donald Trump's name?
No, I'm saying it could have, and I don't remember.
Okay.
You don't remember? Yeah, he
did
old.
Epstein ever share any information with you about Donald Trump's sexual activities?
Ooh.
Do you have a relationship with Donald Trump?
No.
But you've met him before.
That's what he said, yeah. That's clearly what he said.
He introduced himself to me at the fashion show a couple of times, but I wouldn't say, hello, how are you? Like you said, met.
They're really going in just at Trump? Yeah.
And we knew each other. You know,
they asked him to clarify by saying the opposite of what he answered? No, they're trying to just they're trying to put him in a position where he implicates Trump. That's the goal. The goal is not to figure out like who raped these girls. The goal is to pin it on Trump. I think that everybody in this room knows that there's like a 0% chance that information is going to come out that's going to definitively pin Trump to like a felony charge of like bad conduct with young women. Like, I feel like everybody knows this isn't going to happen. So it's not like they're really going after something here. We know that, like, because he probably deleted it. Like, straight up, he probably deleted it, man. Like, let's be honest.
I'd be shocked if he remembered me.
Okay. And I know that you specifically mentioned the island. That
They're
you
fishing?
went into Jeffrey's island.
Yeah, what's this island
Do you
thing?
recall seeing
what the hell?
that Jeffrey Epstein name dropped while you were on his island?
No, nobody was there. But Abigail, myself, Jeffrey, maybe I got like somebody cutting grass or something.
Yeah.
There was a maintenance person, I think. I don't specifically recall. I know for sure I was there. Abigail was there. Jeffrey was there.
And there wasn't anything abnormal about the appearance of the home on the island, and the reason that I asked, just to give clarification on what I mean by abnormal, we've heard reports of people being thrown off when they walked into his home in New York because there was a massage table that was just sitting randomly in the middle of a room.
Okay.
Did you see anything like that when you visited any property that belonged to Jeffrey Epstein?
I wonder.
Well, just to clarify, when we visited the island, there was like a Pueblo building, like maybe a one room and a bathroom or something. It was pretty crummy.
Joe Biden deleted everything? Well, Trump was president when he died.
There were no trees, there was no sand, there was no beach. It was just,
I feel like maybe deleted is probably Trump.
Island. There was like a pile of rocks.
Probably both.
It was just, that was kind of shocking.
Yeah, if anything, it's probably both of them. And why if somebody trying to actively help the victims and just hurts one party or another, just get the pedos because they don't care. They don't care. They don't care about the people that get raped or anything like this. Like, they have no intention of that. Like, I don't think that they care about any of this stuff going on. The only thing that they really care about is putting themselves in a position. Did you write this letter to Epstein for his birthday book? Oh.
Did you yourself write this letter to Mr. Epstein?
Sadly, I did.
Did Miss Maxwell approach you to write this letter for Mr. Epstein's birthday?
I think the request was to write a card or a note or something for a birthday.
Yeah, sadly. Oops. Well, I feel like writing the guy a birthday card. Right? I mean, it's really not.
And did that come from Miss Maxwell?
I don't remember.
Yeah.
Mr. Western,
Yeah,
would you please read the main body of the birthday note for the record, please?
Ooh, that's embarrassing.
Do what you want. So happy birthday, your friends.
And what is your understanding of what Mr. Epstein wants?
What did Epstein want? Yeah.
You've said a few times throughout this deposition today that you did not consider Mr. Epstein a friend of yours. However, you signed this letter and told your friend Leslie. Why would you sign your friend Leslie to someone you did not consider to be a friend of yours?
I don't know.
Hey, does anyone have a day free?
I don't know. It's a mystery. Like, yeah, I've never even heard of this. Oh, man. Wow. That is fucking hilarious for me to see this. Oh, my fucking God. And let me see if is there any more of these?
Hey, I need some help.
I believe this rich people are felonies. Yeah, I mean, maybe. I have no idea. And why I have to say to be polite? Well, I have no idea. What the fuck? Everybody acts like this is crazy. Honestly, this was the funniest part of the whole thing. I don't think this is that big of a deal.
Thank you, man.
This
You're
is like
very kind.
saying, like, bro, quit getting me to have to do
Thank
more
you
work
very much.
by you saying all this extra stuff, because then they can work off of it. Like, I feel like it's
man, I got you.
And that's an attorney giving
Thank
you
you,
good
thank
advice.
you.
That's the right thing somebody like that would say. Oh, they asked Trump about this. I didn't even see this. Oh, it's about Prince Andrew getting arrested.
I got a question about something big overseas today. The former Prince Andrew arrested by the police there, related to something with Jeffrey Epstein. Do you think people in this country, at some point, associates of Jeffrey Epstein, will wind up in handcuffs too?
Well, you know, I'm the expert in a way because I've been totally exonerated. That's very nice. I can actually speak about it very nice. I think it's a shame. I think it's very sad.
Yeah.
I think it's so bad for the royal family. It's a very, very sad. To me, it's a very sad thing. When I see that, it's a very sad thing. To see it and to see what's going on with his brother, who's obviously coming to our country very soon, and he's a fantastic man. The king.
Charles.
So I think it's a very sad thing. It's really interesting because nobody used to speak about Epstein when he was alive, but now they speak. But I'm the one that can talk about it because I've been totally exonerated. I did nothing. In fact, the opposite. He was against me. He was fighting me in the election, which I just found out through the last 3 million pages of documents. Yeah, please.
Oh, man. Yeah, for sure, man. For sure. And so, I don't know. I'm not sure about this. 5 hours. Did you ever relate?
Did you personally have a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Did you personally have a sexual relationship with Jeffrey Epstein?
No.
Fuck? He's like, gay? Ugh. Gay? No way. Gross. Yes, exactly, right? And what the fuck? New emote, exactly. And are they retarded? Answer that one real quick. Yeah, like, well, there, yeah, you know that shit was real. And anyway, let's go back. I pulled this up. Who's this guy? Who's this asshole? What the fuck is this? She called the police and they took him to a hospital? Oh my God, get him out. 2:30 in the morning, the UK saw a migrant staring through her door? Wait, what the hell is this? Tell him to get the hell out of here.
Oh, good to see it.
Crazy.
They took him to the hospital and they released him? This is what I said before. It's a future battery. They think it's AI? I mean, maybe. I hope it's AI. He's window shopping? Yeah, bro. Like, this is what like I said, they're animals. They're absolute animals. Like, you got to go after these people. And if you don't, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. Window shopping. I like that. And so Andrew watched as Ghislaine tortured a 6-year-old girl with a shock collar. We're not. No, we're not going to make a joke about it. No. So let me pull this up. So, Andrew accused of watching as a girl tortured with electrical shocks by Ghislaine Maxwell. That's pretty bad. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor has been accused of watching a young girl aged between 6 and 8 years old being subjected to electric shock torture. To have watched one being restrained on a table and tortured with electrical shocks by Ghislaine Maxwell. It's throughout these accusations surfaced through the Epstein files with the FBI report from 2020. Sexual abuse. The claim originally reportedly originating from an anonymous tip line suggests the other men observed the girl's torture alongside Andrew, and he said it didn't happen. Well, surely nothing happened, right? Surely there was nothing wrong, and that's why he got arrested. It was because he didn't do anything wrong, and so give him jam. Yeah, I mean, some of this shit, I will look into this, right? Because so he did get arrested. They finally did arrest Prince Andrew. I've been waiting on this for a while.
And we have some breaking news, some stunning news out of London. Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, the former Prince Andrew, has been arrested, presumably in connection with his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. I want to go straight to our foreign correspondent, James Longman.
Hi, George. Yes, extraordinary news out of the UK this morning. The former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, has this morning been arrested on the Sandringham estate where he was living after having been removed, of course, from the home he was living in Windsor. The Thames Valley Police, the police here in the UK, put out a statement. They haven't named him specifically, but they...
Stupid hat. Should have put him in jail just for that. What the fuck are you wearing that shit for?
Are saying a man in his 60s has been arrested. As part of the investigation, they say we have today arrested a man in his 60s from Norfolk on suspicion of misconduct in public office and are carrying out searches at addresses in Berkshire and Norfolk. They say the man remains in police custody at this time. They are not, like I say, naming Andrew, but we know that it is him. This pertains to emails, we believe, that were published recently in the most recent Epstein files published by the Department of Justice, which seem to suggest, they allege that Andrew was forwarding emails to Jeffrey Epstein whilst he was trade envoy here in the UK. Now, as a public official, that is misconduct. That is what the police are alleging.
That's what I would call
the charges that they presumably are bringing to.
First time royalty has been arrested since, like, in 400 years. Since, like, 16 some shit.
If they do indeed charge him.
Think about that. Since before the United States. The last time this happened, the United States didn't even exist.
Is under arrest and remains in custody for that. We will wait and see what further details they are yet to give us. But, you know, as trade envoy, he spent more than 10 years traveling around the world on behalf of the British government to kind of foment relationships with other countries to better Britain's kind of economic outlook, if you like. That was seen as a member of the royal family could do this. You know, his status would provide Britain with that kind of heft on the world stage. But the emails from the Department of Justice suggest that when he was in these conversations in places like Singapore, Hong Kong, I've got a list here in front of me, other countries that he went to, he would then have these kind of confidential documents in these emails, and then it looks like he was forwarding them on
No, he's going around the world fucking a bunch of hoes, sending out confidential shit to everybody. That's what he's doing. Like, he didn't take this shit seriously at all. Yeah, I mean, let's be honest, right? Like, he's just flying around fucking hoes, sending out, hey, yo, you see this? Look at this. Hey, yo, what he said. It says we're going to go blow this up.
Jeffrey Epstein, another one here from Vietnam, another from China. So if you look at the date on some of these emails as well, that is what is interesting. One of them here in front of me from 2010. Of course, that's well after Jeffrey Epstein had already faced charges for soliciting sex from a minor. So that goes to the heart of this entire issue around Andrew and Epstein. The relationship that he had with that convicted sex offender went far beyond the time which he said that he had broken all contact with him. People at home might remember the disastrous interview he gave in 2019 to the BBC.
I don't know why so many people have a blind spot for lying. Like, whenever somebody says something, they're just making it up. It's not like it's true. They're just saying whatever you want to hear.
He said that he had traveled to the United States, to New York, to sever his ties with Jeffrey Epstein, that he was there to basically explain to him that he no longer wanted to be in communication with him. These emails from the Department of Justice suggest...
That's like right after he goes, congratulations, man, I'm so happy you beat the case. Oh, wow.
That was not true, that he basically lied about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein in that interview. He has always denied, we should say, any wrongdoing when it comes to the allegations about sex trafficking. Virginia Giuffre, of course, the individual who alleged that she was sex trafficked by Epstein for sex with Andrew, he has denied that strenuously. We haven't had comment from him or the palace on these latest allegations about emails to Jeffrey Epstein in his position as trade envoy, but one imagines that at some point today Buckingham Palace will have to release some kind of statement. They are yet to comment. But we are in the extraordinary situation where the brother of the king has been arrested.
On his birthday. On his birthday, he got arrested. The first time in 400 years.
to my mind, that has never happened in the modern history of the royal family. Certainly, this has shaken this country. It's been a long time coming. I think many people would look at this and say, Andrew should have faced justice a long time ago. Many others will say, well, this is a shock today to find that he's been arrested in this way.
I'm not shocked.
To all of us, no question about that, James. Let me bring that to Robert Johnson, our royal contributor. James just said it. To his memory, it's never happened in the modern royal family. Do you have any sense that anything like this has ever happened before?
They've just had minor road traffic incidents that Princess Anne was arrested over a dog. No, this is truly historic. This is seismic, George. I mean, this has serious implications for the monarchy in this country. The reality is this man still is in line to the succession. But for a moment of quirk of fate, he could have been the man who was the king.
Yeah, true.
This is really shocking beyond belief. The police on royal estates, the fact that on his 66th birthday, no less, he's been arrested. He's now going to have to give evidence. Have to give a report be interviewed under caution, so that this is now getting to a very serious stage. This, of course, is nothing to do with the Epstein and the sex trafficking side of things. This is purely to do with the envoy.
Right, and releasing this sensitive, classified information. Forgive me if this is an uninformed question, but could something like this happen without the acquiescence of the Queen?
I think it could.
Well, what we do know is that it was the Queen that pushed for Andrew to be that special advisor. We do know that the current king, when he was made the special envoy after leaving the Royal Navy, made it very clear that he didn't think it was a good idea.
Yeah, I think honestly what happened is that, their mom liked Andrew. She thought he was a good boy. But then Charles, Andrew's brother, is like, nah, he's a fat retard. Look at his hat. Look at the hat. I mean, come on. Like, he's an idiot. And so as soon as Charles got in charge, now he gets arrested. Like 300 years ago, this is like the moment that, like, as my first act as king, right? Fucking Andrew is getting fucking put in a jail cell, right? Like, you're getting exiled from Britain. So honestly, I would say that he got off light.
He thought that Andrew should just focus on doing royal duties and not take on an official role until, in terms of working alongside the government in this way, until it was cleared, until they fully understand what was involved. I'm sure that the king has got his head in his hands about this at the moment. This really is a seismic moment, as I said, for the monarchy. I do believe, nothing like this has ever happened before. And I didn't actually think it would, even with all the pressure, that it would actually reach that stage again. This is going to be a hugely complex case. Of course, he doesn't have immunity. The king can't be tried in his courts in this country. But we have this issue here that if there's evidence that comes out here that the king knew, the king would actually have to give evidence in a court of law. I
don't find it to be likely that anything's actually going to happen to him. I'm going to be honest. I find it to be very unlikely. I think that worst case scenario, he basically gets like modern exiled. 400 years ago, he'd have been executed, so no one challenges Andrew's right to the throne. You mean Charles' right to the throne? Yeah, exactly, right? It's like, oh, yeah, all right, Queen dies, there's a new king, but there's this other guy that all right, yeah, we can get rid of him.
That's the case, like it did, if you remember, in 2002 with the Burrell case, when the Queen suddenly remembered she'd had been told things by Burrell that he was keeping Diana's things for safekeeping. Now that led to the collapse of the case. It truly is
exile on Epstein Island.
And I think for the monarchy as well.
Do you think that the king is going to have something to say about this?
Probably not.
Well, if he doesn't, I think he should, because I think that at the end of the day, he's not only the head of state, he is also the head of the nation, if you like, and he's responsible for leading the monarchy, which is part of this constitutional parliamentary democracy. The problem, of course, will be now that this is a police case, and that this means a lot of this conjecture that's been going on has to stop. Now, we have to wait and see if Andrew is actually charged. Once the moment is that he's charged with anything,
they let him go.
And of course, all this conjecture has to stop in the media.
They let him go.
And it becomes a police case, so that makes it difficult for the king to make a statement. But trust in the monarchy will be at an all-time low at the moment, and I think that at some stage, whether it's at the end of this or even just now, there needs to be some statement from the king and from the palace, and to make sure that people understand that this is an accountable institution that will going forward will be transparent and abide by the law. We had the Prime Minister this morning on television saying no one is above the law, and it looks like that's the case.
How serious a threat to the monarchy is this?
I think it is an existential threat.
I think it makes them look bad. It doesn't really affect them, though. That's why
I think the people, and the monarchy
does definitely make them look bad.
The trust of the people.
Make them look real
depends on for the system to operate.
Stupid as hell.
They are an unelected institution. It may be if the king is involved in being seen to be part of a cover-up, that it could have serious implications for him. And maybe, I don't know, maybe what goes forward. I mean, the two people that clearly are clear in all of this are William and Catherine. And it's clear, it seems, that William, I remember that William, for many years ago, when Andrew was at the Garter ceremony, wanted to go to the Garter ceremony, and William said, look, if he's there, I'm not going. And that was like 6 years ago.
So nobody likes this guy. I bet probably, like, this is what I assume, is that they probably know a lot more about this than they let on. Like, there's probably a reason, like, I mean, who renounces all of their titles and everything, and then on top of that, like, also, like, gets arrested? Like, they probably know way, way more about this.
And he put his foot down.
But just to be clear, this all happened when the king was Prince of Wales, and we have no evidence that Andrew and the
Fuck
prince
yeah, they
were
do.
then
It's their
talking
immediate
about
family
these
member.
matters.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do know. I mean, we don't have evidence, no, but I do know that it was discussed, and I do know that the king and Andrew had a meeting and talked about it, and Andrew gave his reassurances.
Serious Diana was going to expose stuff. That's why she died
on the BBC.
Yeah,
in that catastrophic Newsnight interview that there was, he had nothing to hide. He hadn't done anything wrong. But I think this is a lot to do with the Epstein sexual allegations, not necessarily this stuff on his role as misconduct in the public office. We did not know the extent of that, and we didn't know that until the Mandelson, the former deputy prime minister.
That was crazy that they put that guy up there for no reason. That really is. Guy has crumbs in his hair, like right there. Yeah, I wonder what this is. I feel like this is just more talk, right? It's like there's not really a lot more to this, but like it does look like very clearly, things could get a lot worse for him. Now he did get released already, so it's not like really there's anything else to go off of. But I do hope that obviously he gets held accountable and they ask him questions, right? Because it's not just that. You've got to keep in mind that it's also about finding out the other people that were involved. Because this is the biggest problem: is that Epstein obviously is the main link, and Ghislaine Maxwell isn't going to say anything about it. So how the fuck do you get the information about it? It's almost impossible to do. And I think that's the main concern that people have, right? Is like, how do you even do this? How do you figure it out? And so I feel like they need to find out and get some of these people to roll over and find out how to, kind of unravel this. How do you unravel this and figure out who was involved and who wasn't? Like, well, I bet they asked him about Trump more than anything. Well, I feel like it makes sense that they should ask him about Trump. I mean, I think it's smart to ask him about Trump. But beyond that, I think there's more to it than just, it just being about Trump. I think it's in general that's the case, right? Yeah, I'll watch this.
And so here is the call to action. We have to insist that all the information gets out there. Only then can we make a judgment.
Yep.
Now, to that end, Thomas Massey and others are saying, we need all the files. You are not following through on your obligations. The Epstein Transparency Act says you need to declassify everything, all the files, all the information in the files. What's more, they have looked at the unredacted files in a supervised setting, and they found that actually when you look through them, you'll find there are people named in the files that probably should be investigated.
Yep.
So what do you do with this information? Well, then you push the DOJ to prosecute those people. We should be looking...
It's so obvious. Like, that's what's crazy about it. It's like, this should be fucking obvious. Duh.
Into Howard Lutnick.
Yeah.
We should be looking into Les Wexner. We should be looking into Steve Bannon. And I like Bannon. I've said it before. I like the guy. I like what he's been saying. But he's named in there an awful lot if he's innocent.
Yeah, and you got to figure it out. Yeah, you got to figure out. It doesn't matter whether you like somebody or not. I mean, if they're into some nefarious shit, you got to get rid of them. It's obvious.
Well, let that come out of the investigation. We need to look into Elon Musk.
Yeah.
We need to look into all these people. Donald Trump, Ronald Lauder.
Yep.
Leon Black.
Yeah, you don't want to have your government run by a bunch of pedos, because if it is, then you got those people that have collateral on them and they get controlled by somebody you don't even vote for. That's what the problem is. That's the real issue.
All of these people need to be fully investigated. There's enough there for a warrant. You're hanging out with a convicted sex trafficker. You're hanging out with somebody who was involved in some shady stuff. And by the way, these were all people that were hanging out with Epstein after he was initially charged and convicted.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this already happened. Like, they already knew he was a problem boy.
Leon Black was his money man after Epstein got out of prison. Ronald Lauder was helping him launder money, allegedly using art purchases after Epstein was charged and convicted. Peter Thiel was investing money with him after he was convicted.
What's the odds of that?
So what does that tell you?
I looked at the Bannon files. The dude was literally just making a documentary and essentially interrogating Epstein, essentially built his trust to do public questioning. It's not about that. It's that where there's smoke, there's fire. And like, just because somebody gets investigated doesn't mean they did something wrong. But like, you have to figure out whether they did something wrong.
Just making money
I don't think people understand the amount of national security risk that you have whenever you have people that have life-altering.
Last time I come without a gun because they're so aggressive people.
Like, it's a lot bigger than that. I see what you're saying, but it's way bigger than this.
So now I'm free.
All these people need to be scrutinized. All of them need to be investigated. And that's where this needs to go. You shouldn't say, hey, we got the files, we have all the evidence.
This is my scheme from Japanese
is calling for witch hunt. Investigations or approvals are required here. Not
that's cool looking.
Should be more.
He's closed. They're satanic, cannibalistic vampires. No, you need to take what you have, use that to press for further disclosure for names, and we have to pressure the DOJ to then follow up on the names.
Absolutely.
The people in the files have names, and they have addresses. And we can do nothing with this information because we are citizens. But the FBI and Congress and the DOJ, well, they have the power to get them.
They do whatever the fuck they want. They can go get them right now if they want to. Yeah, exactly. They already did. They'll all read the files. I don't know about that. Bannon's writing us one of the real interviews with Epstein. Bannon was naval intelligence, by the way. I don't think, like, whether Steve Bannon is innocent or not is not the point. The point is that he was named into files with one of the most prolific pedophiles of all time. Probably the most prolific, the most high profile, and the most well-connected pedophile in all of history. And I bet there's probably nobody even close. This is insane. Yeah, you've got to look into it. That we know of? Yeah.
A warrant. They have the power to issue subpoenas.
After Muhammad? No, you're just trying to say some negative shit about Islam. Nah, bro, like, that's one guy. That's one guy in the desert.
Tell testimony to depose.
This dude was worldwide.
They have the power, actually, and the obligation to investigate.
Yep. Honestly, like, I think this is so much worse than people would imagine. It really is. And then this is, again, like, keep in mind, if Thomas Massey never said this dude's name, there's a chance that nothing like this might have happened. Yeah, this is it.
Any point in time, the Trump administration could reverse this, and they could have a golden age. How? Fire Howard Lutnick. Indict Les Wexner.
I think that he's problematic too. Like, you can't have somebody that was in that close of proximity to Jeffrey Epstein, right? It just looks really bad. It does. And especially, like, they need to investigate him first, right? They do. They figure it out.
Release the files. Feed these people to the sharks, not yourself. If Trump were smart, he would feed them to the wolves instead of going down with the ship. It doesn't have to be this way.
Exactly.
If Trump unredacted all the files, if he came out on Truth Social tomorrow and said, you know what, enough bullshit, Pam Bondi, release every file, unredact everything, we'll indict everybody, we'll fire anybody that's named in there, the approval would flip overnight.
He's completely right. Dramatic, big dick action like that, if he went, like, bro, if Trump went and they arrested all of these fucking people, like, all in one day, this would be the craziest fucking thing that would happen. So, and I've said this before, right? And, like, the thing, not with this, but with something else. If you want people to approve of you, you've got to win. You've got to win. You got to bring home the bacon. Why do you think he's not doing it? Why did he let the Minnesotans run wild for a fucking month? Why do you let them run like a bunch of fucking chicks with their head cut off, getting in the way of ICE? He should probably in the National Guard.
Overnight.
Yep.
Trump's approval
Instantly.
with 18 to 29s would soar.
It would double.
Favorability would soar. Yep. Job approval would soar.
Big dick.
Overnight,
Big dick.
It would be corrected, and he would be seen as a hero.
Absolutely.
All he has to do,
just
cut
do
the
it.
4 and 8.
Just flip the switch. Flip the switch.
All he has to do, cut the 4 and 8 to Israel.
Yep.
Call up Netanyahu and say, we are standing with Iran. We are standing with our other allies, Turkey, Egypt.
Oh, and I don't think we should stand with Iran. I don't agree with that. But, like, we don't have to, like, we can just, like, not deal with it. We can not be involved.
Emirates, Qatar, Pakistan, Oman, and soon to be Iran. We are not bombing them. We're not doing another Middle Eastern war. As a matter of fact, we're doing regime change in Israel. When is Israel going to hold a new election? And when are you actually going to see justice? We'll stand behind our European allies, France, UK, Portugal, Spain, Ireland, Germany, Italy, calling for accountability for Israel. Trump did those two things, he would cement his legacy as one of the great presidents of all time.
I think he's right about that. I do. I don't think you can negotiate with Iran. I don't think you can deal with Iran. But, like, that's like a minor thing. Like, everything else, I totally agree with.
He would be the people's champion. He would be America first.
Yeah.
He could do it. He's the president of the United States. And the next move, you do all that, you get enough political capital, you get rid of the filibuster rule, you do the nuclear option, you get rid of the filibuster, and then you jam through voting reform.
That's right. You do voting reform, you mass deport fucking everybody, you put the people that are trying to scam shit in jail, you go through and you do massive voter investigations, you put all the people that did that in jail, you deport everybody, you denaturalize net negative immigrants, and you get rid of them, you send them back, that way they're not voting anymore. Like, I'm telling you, like, this shit, like, everything could be fucking perfect. We would live in a paradise.
You jam through nationwide voter ID, and Republicans never lose an election again.
That's exactly it. They never lose again.
Jam through mandatory E-Verify.
Yep.
You deport 5 million illegal.
Yeah, we would. Yes, that's right. That's how you get Agartha. That is how you get it right there. Absolutely. Wow.
In 4 years. Like, it could be done. You're the president.
Yep.
You are the president. You have the power. You're in the chair.
You do it.
You're in the office.
Yeah, I'll take regarding regime change. Israel has elections since it's a democracy. I think Israel, like, listen, like, what we do with Israel, like, that's like a secondary thing to me, right? Like, I'm not Israel's biggest fan. I don't really hate Israel either. I just don't have anything to do with them. Like, that's generally the way I look at it, right? I mean, if there's a diplomatic alliance that we can have with them that's mutually beneficial, then I don't think that's really a big problem, same as we have with any other country. But this kind of like special interplay relationship that we have with them, it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable, and I think it makes a lot of people uncomfortable. And I think that's really what it comes down to more than anything. And I'm very glad to see this happen. I'm very glad to see more people talk about it. It's actually so easy that Trump could go and shut this shit down.
Qué bueno que no me emboscaron. Qué bueno, qué bueno, qué bueno, qué bueno.
So this game got announced. I actually think this is the new Concord. It is, and it's basically done for them. Like, this is a game that's dead before it's even alive. USAID got shut off? Yeah.
Growing up, I was taught that if you can't say anything nice, it is better to say nothing at all, which
I never learned that. My parents never told me that. I don't know if you can tell.
can be great advice. But unfortunately, when it comes to business, not speaking up can cost you money.
Yeah, we know.
A lot of money. Last week, the GDC State of the Game Industry report dropped, which is basically a giant anonymous survey where devs, artists, programmers, producers, and executives all over get to share how things are actually going behind the scenes. This year, over 2,300 people responded, with the majority of those responses coming from Western devs, mainly in California. And after reading the report, I genuinely could not tell whether it was a survey or a cry for help. So today we are looking at a few titles coming down the pipeline, who is actually making our games, where all the money is going, and the ever-growing gap between the studios making these games and the players they are supposedly making them for. Do you ever see something and just go, huh? Because that was me this past week when I saw Jeff Keighley upload yet another cursed trailer.
I feel like, honestly, these companies need to start paying Jeff Keighley to not post their videos. They need to start paying him to just simply not eat. Don't, Jeff, please, we're going to give you $1,000. Do not talk about our game. Like, he's like the fucking Grim Reaper.
It's time for Horizon Hunter's Gathering. And hear me out. This is coming from someone who enjoyed the first Horizon, and I like Aloy, but I ask this genuinely. Who is out there right now pounding the table going, I need more Horizon? At this point, I am convinced that there is an exec at PlayStation who is weirdly obsessed with this franchise and character, and their work profile picture is Aloy. They named their firstborn child Aloy, and the entire office is full of Aloy pictures.
It does seem to me like also like the interest in Horizon feels very artificial and astroturfed. I think that's true. What's that? That's the modern audience.
Character, not their firstborn child. They have been the one is solely responsible for pitching every single Horizon spinoff, which seemed to all get greenlit, by the way. Now, to be totally fair, I thought the gameplay looked okay. I like the Monster Hunter type games, but unfortunately, I am way too much of an incel to be the target audience for this one, because what is this?
This is like, bro, you know what this reminds me of? This is like if somebody AI generates the cast of a video game, and it's like, okay, go ahead, make a video game that's made by the same company that made Dragon Age the Veilguard, but it is a, you know, like a hunting video game with like tribal elements to it. And it's like, boom. Oh, and put a fat chick in it.
What am I looking at? Gorilla. Had you guys just been normal and given me normal, fun characters to choose from, I might have tried this, but I cannot get behind the designs of this game. Who is spending cosmetic money?
Who wants to pay for this? To be fair, I can think of a number of guys that would pay for this. But at the same time, I mean, she fat as hell. She is.
To dress this character up. Honestly, it is so bad. It is almost to the point where I think there is some type of big inside bet at Sony, and you are all trying to out-Concord one another. And if you don't believe me, look no further than the two other live service games being published by Sony. Starting with Fair Games.
Oh god, this game, bro. This game, whenever this game releases, it's gonna be such a great stream. It is. This game looks so fucking cringe. It was like, basically, this is a game that was made during COVID, bro. It was so fucking bad.
Do you remember when this trailer dropped? A live service heist game where you play as Reddit mod Robin Hood, who is stealing from corrupt billionaires to stick it to capitalism. The game got a lot of backlash and has been pretty quiet ever since. And who can forget Marathon?
Jesus.
Bungie and Sony, who acquired them for $3.7 billion, are betting
minus $3.7 billion. That's sad.
everything on a live service extraction shooter. At this point,
The studio head left the company after an internal playtest? Bro, so you're telling me they had a playtest for the game and this guy's like, guys, would you look at this? I gotta go. Man, I got something going on.
I genuinely think they know. They have to know. They have seen their fallen comrades, but they are just so deep that stopping would be worse than finishing. We may be witnessing the sunk cost fallacy in real time. But maybe you're ignoring all of that, and you are just looking for the next big single-player adventure from.
So y'all are already deciding Marathon's bad? No, we already decided. This is past tense. People already decided like months ago. Yeah, we already know that. Duh. Didn't you see it?
Darling, like Naughty Dog.
Yeah,
well,
didn't you
don't
see
forget,
it? Bro,
Intergalactic and our
crazy?
favorite bald protagonist is still on the horizon. The last time we heard about this game was
I think this will be the final Concord, by the way. I think there's a good chance that this game flops out super hard and it becomes the final Concord.
I can understand you.
Naughty Dog's biggest, most expensive title yet, and this past December, the dev team was forced to crunch for an internal demo, which...
Dude, imagine having to crunch for a demo.
Did they finally decide
That's
to
bad.
start this game? And I have to ask,
Yeah.
who keeps telling Western AAA, notably Sony in these examples, that this is what we want? Who?
Activists. Activists that want to insert their ideology and their worldview into video games keep telling people that. And because of a culture around toxic positivity, nobody else inside of those workplaces wants to hold them accountable or ask, like, is there really an audience for a character that looks like this or a community that is like this? Because basically nobody wants to be nobody wants to be the wet blanket on the lesbian, bald, girl boss power fantasy. Because if you are, you're going to end up in HR one way or another. Because that's what those people do. So nobody wants to put their career on the line saying that, you know what? Maybe nobody actually likes this.
Is sitting in these rooms when this stuff gets pitched and is going, yes, the people actually are begging for this. Is anyone pushing back? Are they pushing back and getting ignored? Because from the outside...
They're afraid to push back because if they do push back, they will be attacked by the same type of reputation destruction that these people do on Twitter. They're all the same people.
Thank you very much.
In companies, and they're doing it on Twitter as well. It's all the same people. You can't voice an opinion other than the orthodoxy in those meetings. Exactly, it's an HR disaster for nothing, rather than just collect a paycheck from these losers as long as it gets to look for work. Exactly. Yep, that's the reason why it happens.
Like nobody at these companies wants to or is allowed to say, hey, I don't know, maybe not this one, but hold that thought because we are coming back to it. So a bit of a confession. I always have these big grand goals of meal prep at the start of the year.
You know what my version of meal prep is? It's buying 5 bags of beef jerky at the convenience store.
End up being historically pretty terrible at it, which has only gotten harder this year since getting a brand new puppy, which is where Factor comes in and takes the hard part out of eating well. The meals are fresh, never frozen, so do be sure to pop them in your fridge as soon as you get them, and they are ready in just 2 minutes. I really enjoyed the items that I tried. I won't lie though, I am a bit of a sucker for egg bites, so I will be a little bit biased in saying that the breakfast options were probably my favorite, but
Caleb Hammer made it to Fox?
Well, the numbers don't lie.
Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Wow. That's actually fucking based. That's insane. And my boy Caleb, oh my fucking God. And watch it. What is he?
Americans are spending beyond their means.
Yeah.
Credit card debt just hit another record, $1.28 trillion. And
oh, that's great.
More people expect to be worse off a year from now. It's why voices like Caleb Hammer are standing out.
They expect to be worse off?
He has amassed millions of views online cleaning up financial messes. Watch.
You're acting like freshly new job, first 16-year-old job ever, got my little card from work, spending. I feel like you never matured past 14. I don't feel like making payments on this. That's what a child says. I am angry. Actually angry.
And he joins us now, the host of Financial Audit on YouTube, Caleb Hammer.
The reason, by the way, everybody started to hate on this guy, a lot of like leftists are starting to hate on him, is because what Caleb Hammer is revealing is that a lot of people's financial troubles are their fault. It's not capitalism. It's not Donald Trump. It's not Republicans. It's the fact that they can't stop buying Labubus and they have 6 subscriptions to Netflix because they keep buying new TVs and they forget the password to the old one. That's the real reason why they hate him.
Good to see you. You don't look angry yet. Maybe we'll change that by the end of this segment. But let me start with you, sir, on credit card debt, okay? We hit another record. I know this is kind of the bread and butter stuff for you. Are you really nervous about America's credit situation on the plastic?
We got to do something about that.
It's bad. It's bad. In our consumer-driven culture right now, it doesn't matter what the job market looks like. When people are getting laid off on our show, it doesn't matter. People will continue their spending.
That's people right. They'll spend probably more because they're upset that they got laid off, and so they have to spend money to make themselves happy.
Continue their spending no matter what in our consumer-driven culture. I mean, right now, it's not just credit card debt as well. It's bringing in buy now, pay later. 26% of people.
If you Klarna a DoorDash, you should go to jail. Just go get them. Go get them. You've got problems. You've got big problems. We should just go get you. We should just go get you. That's it.
That use credit cards regularly and hold those debts are now getting into buy now, pay later.
I heard you're able to buy what do you call it? Buy OnlyFans subscriptions on Klarna. Actually, I found out it was fake. For now.
As well. It's only going to get worse. It's headed in the wrong direction, unfortunately.
Caleb, there's someone on my panel, though, who once told me that debt is as American as apple pie. We just got to embrace it because eventually we'll grow, our wages will pick up, and we'll grow our way out of our debt crisis, whether it's the country or, in your case, more poignantly, the credit card crisis. What do you say to people who say that?
Me.
Yeah, I mean, it is a part of our culture, right? I mean, like I said,
take out as much credit card debt as you possibly can. Pay off one credit card with another credit card. Lie on the application. Misrepresent your income. Do everything that you can to get as much money as possible. Never give them your phone number. Never give them your address. Use as many fake pieces of information as you possibly can. Take out as many fucking credit cards, rewards program, bonus, buy now, pay later, because this is what you do. You buy now, and then you don't pay later. You just take the money. My mom did this. She did this for over $100,000. She finessed these companies out of $100,000. And do you know what they got out of her? Nothing. Not a single fucking thing. And that was it. You can just declare bankruptcy. This is not financial advice, by the way. All of this is totally sarcastic. So that's what you do, is you take out as many of these as possible, and then you just declare bankruptcy, and your credit score is fucked up. You didn't have any money to begin with. What the fuck did you need a credit score for? Just do it under somebody else's, use another person's name. How do you think people buy things? Just do the same fucking thing. You just go use somebody else, you sign under them, you have a co-signer, you figure out another way to get around it. Like there are a million ways. Listen, if you do not care about the social contract, you can become rich. Whenever you expand your mind and you're existing inside of the realm of paying off debt with debt, now you're cooking. Now you're there. You've ascended.
We are very consumer driven, and I love my credit cards, but I use it properly. And 50% of Americans
I've never used credit card in my life. Never had credit card, never bought anything on time. I've never bought anything ever like that. Like, whenever I wanted my first car, my second car, actually. My dad bought me my first car. I got lucky. Second car.
Hey, do you have any bandage?
$1,500 and I bought it.
I need some help, buddy. Oh my
50%
God.
of Americans have a revolving balance month to month. That's when that average interest rate in our country of about 20% is breaking down on that monthly basis and accruing, driving people into worse and worse credit card debt. That's not building their households. In fact, 88% of Americans headed into 2026 said that they are financially stressed about their households.
I'm gonna be honest, like, y'all Muslims, like, y'all do this shit right. Like how you cap that interest and like that usury shit. Like, y'all get this right, we don't. We get finessed by this like crazy.
They're struggling. 50% of Americans think they're gonna die with debt. Yeah, national debt, it's there.
They won't. No, they won't. You won't die because like eventually they're gonna write off the debt as income and they're gonna send it to the IRS. That's what they do. But it takes like 20 years for that to happen.
They manage it very well, obviously, but this is a household problem. People are not willing to stop no matter what the economic situation.
Acabo de ver tu muerte.
Sí, me siguen saliendo lobbies peligrosos.
Yo creo que ya está, la suerte ya está hecha, amigo.
Bueno, no creáis eso, mira, te voy a decir cuánto he juntado desde ayer y hoy día.
¿Cuánto he juntado desde ayer a hoy día?
Voy a mirar. Voy a cambiar la hora, a ver. La fecha y la hora. Igual tengo que salir un rato más, weón. Pero
No, güey, pues, bueno, yo me voy a jugar hasta la una, no, una partida.
Hasta la una jugamos. ¿Hasta la
una?
Una
Partida, sí, pues.
¿O hasta las 2?
No, porque yo a la una tengo que almorzar y todo eso, weón.
Oye, mira, cacha esta weá. Cambió la hora y según mi expedición tengo 1.486.000.
Súper bien, pues.
Sí, pues vamos como avión, weón. Démosle nomás.
Ya, oye, incursión nocturna, ciudad enterrada.
Dale, fantástico.
Así nomás.
Como
que
queráis.
En la extracción. O para ganar.
No, pues hay que ganar, sí. Tenemos que ganar. Para juntar las moneditas. Ya, ¿y cómo vamos? ¿Vamos gratis o vamos con cositas?
Yo voy con cositas, amigo. Cosita.
Ya, tú vas con cositas.
Yo voy azul.
Ya, ok.
Y me pongo listo y me voy a mear. Y voy y vuelvo.
Ya. Buena suerte. Ok, va. Llevamos una llave. La del hospital. Para sufrir. Llevamos una llave.
Yo no tengo.
Yo tengo, pero.
La muerte, ¿no?
Tengo la llave del hospital.
Y tengo una de coche patrulla, pero no sé.
Sí, mi hermana también tiene una, weón, pero no tiene sentido esa, weón.
Voy a buscar a ver. Llave de coche patrulla. Creo que ya sé lo que ocurre.
¿Qué?
Espérame.
Tengo adrenalina.
Ya sé. Mira, es una weá que... Hay una misión sobre eso, cuando que te mandan a Puerta Azul, donde está la entrada... Donde está la entrada de este búnker. Está lleno de autos, pues, weón. Y al fondo, adentro del búnker, hay unos coches que son como esos camiones que usan para transportar plata. Los guardias. Ya, como es una weá así.
Los carritos bricks.
Sí, eso. Entonces, esa weá tenés que usarla en esa misión para abrir esa weá. Y ahora, al parecer, la llave te la están... Te aparece, pues, weón.
Sí.
En las partidas.
Ya, yo voy con Venator.
Dale.
Así, terrible confiado de que no la vamos a perder de inmediato, pues, weón.
¿Cómo?
Voy terrible confiado de que no la vamos a perder.
No, pues ganemos, pues.
Ganemos. Más encima la mejoré. Ya. Estoy todo listo. Esta es la última partida para coronar el día. ¡Oh, coche tu wey!
¿Vos en la tarde no vais a estar?
Sí, vuelvo. Como a las 3. 3:30 quizás. Depende si paso a cortarme el pelo o no.
Bueno, caché, pues yo hasta las 4, pues. 10 para las 4, por ahí nomás.
Ya, pero después a la vuelta sí, o sea, en la noche.
Sí, puede ser, sí.
Ya, bacán.
Hoy estuvo en el camping el fin de semana, amigo.
Qué bacán. Yo quiero ir a acampar hace tiempo.
Es bacán no estar en la ciudad. La única paja no es que estáis con otra gente al lado, weón. Esa weón
sí,
no me gusta
esa weón es una
bueno.
mierda, weón.
Sí.
Pero por ejemplo, la otra vez yo fui, la última vez que o la penúltima vez quizás, que fui a acampar, creo que es la penúltima. A mí me dijeron, pues mira, aquí hay dos campings, uno que cuesta, no sé, pues, 5 lucas y uno que cuesta 15.000, ¿cachai? Pero yo te recomiendo el de 15.000 porque esa weá corta la luz en la noche, ¿cachai? Y es cero ruido después de las 11. Entonces, entonces no había hueveo, pues, ¿cachai? Lo que era agradable igual, pues, weón. O sea, la gente hueveaba durante el día, ponía música durante el día, pero ya...
Eso es súper bien.
Y lo otro que ayudó caleta es que había mucha gente con niños chicos.
Sí, pues nosotros igual este camping es bacán porque te paquean si te quedas haciendo ruido, ¿cachai?
Está bien.
Entonces, como nosotros nos gusta chupar y quedarnos hasta más tarde, lo hacemos pero nomás, pues, ¿cachai?
Sí,
sin música y al final nos quedamos en la fogata conversando, así.
Sí se puede. Mira, la weá weón, es que se ha vuelto tan insoportable el tener vecinos, weón, como en los últimos 15 años, weón, que realmente ya, puta, volvamos a ser chilenos, por favor, weón.
Hay gente mal educada, weón, por lo general los flights son unos weones muy mal educados, weón.
Sí, weón, no, yo, por ejemplo...
Entre venezolano y flight, weón.
La última vez
¿Vamos
que tuve problemas
para allá?
Dale, ¿al hospital o no?
¿Tienes la llave o no?
Sí, traje la llave. La última vez que fui que tuve problemas fue con unos hueones curados que están en la casa al lado que arrendamos, en la playa, y hueón, anda... Estuvieron dando el manso jugo, se quedaron como dormidos con la música prendida, ¿cachai? Pelearon antes entre ellos, curados. Y ya como, no sé, pues a las 2 de la mañana yo salí al patio y grité ¡Bajen el volumen! Así, pero cagado de la cabeza, pues. Y los hueones se pararon porque yo podía ver dónde estaban, pues se paró un hueón y apagó la weá, se sirvió un copete y se quedó dormido sentado.
Ya, pero no, como que no tuviste problemas directamente, sino que le gritaste a los culeados.
Sí, pues no les pegué. Que estaba pacífico ese día.
Uy. Ahí está. Pero crucémoslos por arriba, pues, bueno, para llegar al hospital. Sí. Vámonos por acá, bueno.
Dale, te apaño. Voy a llevar la pistola en la mano, sí, weón, porque... Estos weones deben ir al hospital también, pues.
Sí.
Te digo una weá, weón. Pasamos. El otro día vinimos a farmear vendas aquí, weón. Nos fue como el pico, weón. Nos mataron varias veces. Y la que salimos sacamos muy pocas vendas. O sea, telas nomás.
Subo.
Dale.
Creo que ya hay gente acá, bueno.
Espérame entonces, pues, vamos juntos.
Ya. Voy caminando.
Ese fui yo.
Sí. Me parece que todavía no hay gente, sí. A ver.
Sí, y se escuché que estaban rompiendo.
Cuidado que no te veas esa wea. Ya, sí, sé cuál es la de acá. Mira. Sígueme.
Algo nos vio, weón.
Es acá, amigo.
Ya voy a poner una mina,
Dale, acá es.
Ya.
Esa.
Pongamos una mina aquí al toque, así. ¿Dónde la puedo poner para que pase piola? En el medio, ¿no?
Acá, pues, weón. No, aquí, pues, weón.
No sé,
bueno, sí, no sé.
Nadie la va a ver. Ya, a lootear.
Tenemos gente afuera.
Lootear, ¿no?
Ya están hablando los culeados.
Sí.
Ahí dice, bomba. Mira.
Sí.
¿Están acá? Conmigo. Murió uno. Buena.
Buena. Bacán, nos trajeron loot. Venator 4, pues weón, ¿cómo no te mató?
Sí, es que hice un dodge roll. Un dodge y como que me lo cagué.
A ver, desde su punto de vista quedó escondido detrás de la...
Sí. El toro 3, súper bien, weón.
Súper bien, ahora tenemos que evitar morir, pues, ¿no? Aquí te dejo bala, del toro, quedo acá.
Sí, pero yo no lo voy a usar, así que... Tranqui.
¿Qué está pasando, weón?
Soy yo.
Vámonos.
¿No quedan cosas?
Quedan algunas cositas, pero...
No me traje ya de... Ah, pero estamos de noche. Ya, vámonos nomás. Vámonos, yo estoy pesado, weón.
Marquemos, aquí. Ya, ¿por dónde vamos a salir?
Déjame ver si quedan venda. No, ya no. Vámonos... Por acá nomás, ¿no?
Sí.
Ya yo me iría al toque, sí, weón.
Mala la llave culiada, sí, vámonos al toque, si este lugar es peligroso.
Vámonos por donde entramos. Ah, pero por donde entramos se puede salir o no? No lo sé.
Voy con esta weá. ¿Qué te está pasando, hombre? Vamos, piolita. ¿O no? ¿O corremos?
Vámonos.
Estoy feliz porque me traje una...
Oh.
Una Venator, weón.
Vamos por acá.
Puta, que está oscuro, weón.
Ahí, mira, hay un robot muerto.
Sí.
Gente. Sí.
Está preguntando arriba, weón.
¿Sí o no? No es acá abajo.
No, pero puede que haya gente acá también. Pero los matamos, pues, weón. A ver.
No hay nadie acá.
Ya, dale. Voy a llamar.
Ya.
Acá tampoco hay nadie.
¿Hay gente al frente, parece o no? No sé. O de arriba, culiado, me confundo con los sonidos.
Sí, weón. El otro día escuchaba a uno de estos streamers famosos. No sé su nombre porque no lo veo nunca. Pero el weón se estaba quejando porque decía, weón, mira, en este juego todo mete bulla, todo suena, excepto los pasos del weón que te va a matar por la espalda. El sonido de las personas decía que estaba terrible bugueado, que no servía de nada.
Voy.
De hecho hay videos de weones que escuchan, moviendo así en la cabeza, escuchan dónde están los cadáveres. Voy a llamar.
Ah, sí, cachado. Llama nomás.
Claro, te voy a quedar afuera.
Llama nomás.
Llamé. Oh, por eso nos ponen con los agresivos, pues, porque Ori es violento. Ya. No, ayer tuvimos pocas victorias, así que esta como que compensa todo.
Compensa lo de ayer, pues.
Sí,
me salió un proyecto de mochila, viejo.
Fantástico. Tenemos que traspasar todo antes de hacer el reseteo.
Proyecto de saqueo versión 3 supervivencia.
Fantástico. ¿Qué más le podéis pedir a la vida?
Me salió una Venator 4, una Lieto 2, Súper bien, weón.
Iban con Venator 4.
Sí, weón. Yo no sé cómo nos mataron, weón.
Yo me traje caleta de vendas, no había traído tantas vendas, había traído cosas más caras. ¿La de jugar otra?
No, yo me voy ahora, me tengo que ir.
Dale.
Vine a hacer esta cortita nomás.
Viniste
pero avisa cuando llegues, pues bueno.
Viniste por la
sí,
victoria pues. y te largáis. Está bien, pues. Mejor irse así.
Sí. Puta, no sé si vender las armas o guardármelas, weón.
Guárdalas, pues si quedan en el alijo, después se venden igual automáticamente.
Sí.
A ver, ¿qué es esta cuestión? Reciclar. Vamos a la pura basura. Ya. Vamos a vender. Yo estoy vendiendo hasta las balas.
Sí, igual hago esa weá.
Todo para juntar el dinero. El maldito dinero. Reciclar.
Maldito.
Dinero.
Aprende algo, dinero.
¿De número hoy?
¿Qué, Pepi?
¿De número hoy es 24?
¿Idea?
Sí.
Es 23.
Pues mañana ya la sacan.
¿La película?
El ARC.
Ah. Sí. Tú estás más pendiente que yo de esa cuestión.
Yo me estoy pendiente.
Ya. Oye, me voy a duchar, después te toca a ti.
Ya.
Ah, yo creí que me habláis a mí.
No, bueno. Vos no te ducháis.
Sí me ducho, weón, no sé así.
No eres otaku.
No, si me tengo que duchar, si voy a salir en un ratito.
Ya, bueno, yo me voy a duchar igual.
Dale me gusta y suscríbete.
Sí, ya le puse. Chao, bueno.
Chao. Bueno, los videos.
Situation in the United States looks like. It doesn't matter to get the things they want. On our show, people think.
Vamos a ver un momento. Este es mi canal, ¿ok? Este es mi canal, que bueno, ahora hay que pedirle como permiso, cuota a Salef. ¿Cuál es la cuota? ¿Cuántos videos al mes o al año puedo hacer de ti? Que sigue subiendo contenido y que dentro de que uno respeta las normas de YouTube puede reaccionar agregándole un valor al contenido. Pero bueno, ese es otro tema. Vamos aquí a ver mi canal. Estamos aquí en populares, aquí estamos en recientes. Si lo ponemos en recientes es mucho peor, ¿ya? Pero si lo coloco en populares, ya, los primeros 4 directos más populares son yo hablando de Maxwell, el Diego Dahmer, el pelado invisible y la B. Después el Pep, weón, aquí está el Pep con Mr. Please, Johanne, el pelado invisible, Johanne, Vanessa Kaiser, la B, buen Pedro Pula aquí, Max Lobos. Aquí del tío pelado, el Sacán, el Max Lobos. El Pep, weón, me pongo de pie por Pep, weón, me pongo de pie. Grande Pep, weón. Y el pelado invisible. Aquí estamos reaccionando a la franja. Y aquí está recién tú. Aquí aparecí recién tú. En el 8º lugar. Que ni siquiera fue un directo sobre. Es importante ahí. El importante es el importante aquí era Álvaro Ramírez. Yo reaccioné a un pedacito. Ahí. No, pero es que se pasa hablando de... Bueno, lo siento, Fama, pero es que ya no estamos en el rechazo, ya no eres tan importante, lo siento. Y a menos que te saques una polémica inventada del PNL. No. Perdón, Leo, muchas gracias por tu superchat, el aporte para que viva. Igual se escuchó con retraso aquí. Espero que no se haya escuchado con retraso ya. Pero, Fama, tú no eres tan importante, ¿ya? Mira, el Álvaro Ramírez tiene menos suscriptores que tú. ¿Por qué? Porque él, en directo al que reaccioné a él, su parte era más importante que la tuya, porque no es tanto quien yo reaccione. Bueno, es una parte sí, pero es más lo que yo voy a decir. No me estoy tirando flor a mí mismo, pero bueno, si fuera por eso, bueno, no sé, ¿por qué aquí donde no hablo de Johannes, ya, él es más visto? ¿La B es más popular que Johannes? No. Aquí el Pep tampoco, no. Grande Pep. El pelo invisible sí, ya, él sí, ya. Pero son otros tiempos, Fama, ya, bájate el pony, ya es tiempo de acabar con eso. Mira, aquí estáis de nuevo, ya. Y después sigue Cast, después Pep otra vez, Pep ahí, yo con Johannes y Axel Kaiser. Y si me voy a recientes, bueno, aquí está ahí tú, porque bueno, contestaste a una cosa que no existe. Y aquí estás porque estoy hablando de Bukele y tú hablaste de Bukele. O sea, aquí digamos la estrella de Bukele, ¿no? La Vanessa Kaiser, Mike Torsini cuando fue a la cofradía, la Vanessa Kaiser otra vez. Ahí aquí no está, aquí tampoco. No, sí, no es tan difícil darse cuenta.
Nosotros,
como
con Marcelo,
clientes, ¿no?
tuvimos relaciones sexuales. Ya.
Hasta con una miradita.
Quiero ver a quién le vas a dar combos cara con mano sobre la boca.
Gracias, Loreto, por tu superchat. Quiero ver quién le va a dar combos. Yugoslavo y Alemán, bienvenido. Pilat, bienvenido. Estoy octavo por la puta. Bueno, mira, Álvaro, pese a que sea más cercano al Fama de lo que me gustaría, ha sido de los que más me ha impresionado dentro de la reacción. Porque yo nunca esperé que pudiéramos cada uno disculparse con el otro en lo que hizo mal y es tener una relación correcta. Ninguna de las personas que ha reaccionado a alguna crítica que he hecho lo ha hecho bien. O no dice nada o lo hace muy mal. Fama, weón, terrible. Una reacción terrible. Porque no hay peor forma de reaccionar que andar mintiendo. Y si no me creen, véanlo directo. Y si se atreve a decir que no, bueno. Vamos a tener un nuevo directo.
I'm friendly.
Ok, sigamos. Ahí.
Just looking money.
Gracias, chicos.
Son canales que viven de mí. Por eso son tan chicos. Este es un canal chico. Imagínate un canal que ya es chico. Te hace ser más chico todavía.
Yo ya conseguí lo que quería en YouTube, que es tener una comunidad. Un grupo de personas que esté esperando mi contenido, que esté en el chat, que me retroalimente, que conversemos, que nos riamos, que tiren buenas tallas. Eso ya lo tengo. Si el canal crece, porque crece la comunidad bien. Pero yo estoy feliz. Estoy feliz con el resultado de este canal. Hay canales que son más grandes que yo que no tienen esta comunidad. Y la verdad yo no cambiaría más suscriptores por lo que ellos tienen. Ustedes son la razón por la que este canal sigue existiendo. Y yo sigo haciendo directos.
Es lamentable, pero así es. Vamos a ver un video de Oscar Fuentes. Un video que él mismo subió. Para explicar por qué es tan problemático este tema del nacionalismo. Que ojo, que no es problemático el amor a la nación, que no es problemático el sentimiento nacional, lo problemático es el nacionalismo en un sentido revolucionario.
El problema es que el Oscar, y esta es una crítica porque el Oscar, dentro de su visión de las cosas, la revolución está dentro de lo que él llama metafísica occidental. Entonces, tú cuando dices bueno es revolucionario y todo, en realidad él como que no le estás diciendo algo que pueda entender, o sea, no entender, sino que si tú le dices revolucionario, él va a decir, bueno, ¿cómo? Pero si yo no estoy en la metafísica occidental, po. Y lo menciono simplemente como un acto de persuasión. Cuando tú quieres corregir a alguien, tienes que saber su postura para así desmenuzarla y que él, en el acto de desmenuzar la postura, te entienda. Por ejemplo, una de las cosas que tendrías que probarle al Oscar, si quieres contradecirlo, sería probar el quiebre, la ruptura entre la metafísica antigua y el desarrollo moderno de la misma, que no tendría nada que ver con la antigua. O sea, hay un quiebre ahí. De la misma manera que hay un quiebre entre la filosofía política antigua y la moderna. Sí. Frente a la continuidad, frente a la postura de que hay una continuidad, tú entonces tienes que probar el quiebre. Ahora, eso no lo vamos a hacer aquí. No. Ya voy a saltarme de esto. Denme un momento. Por aquí tenía anotado los tiempos. 22, 24.
Nacionalismo porque no es un nacionalismo revolucionario. Oscar Fuentes era un nacionalismo revolucionario, un nacionalismo del mito del buen salvaje, un nacionalismo robespierriano.
En todo caso, este buen se llamaba capitalismo revolucionario, pero bueno, es otro tema.
Un nacionalismo de guillotina para los cuicos, porque no son verdaderamente nacionales, porque lo verdaderamente nacional es el pueblo, y el pueblo es virtuoso, porque es el pueblo. Porque si el pueblo no fuera virtuoso, ¿qué sería la virtud? Esa es un poco la cuestión. Entonces aquí vemos, ¿no es cierto?, a Robespierre cómo reencarna sistemáticamente en esta clase de sujetos por izquierda y por derecha.
A ver, yo, según entiendo, el Fama ha estado estudiando la Revolución Francesa, bueno, según él, pero ya supongamos que es verdad. El buen, cuando escucha la palabra pueblo, no puede pensar en el desarrollo histórico, sociológico, filosófico de los últimos 100 años respecto a pueblo, sino que necesariamente se tiene que ir a Robespierre, a la guillotina. ¿No será que el Oscar está hablando de otra concepción de pueblo? Bueno, sí, resulta que sí. Entonces, si tú le criticas eso, desde que el huevón está hablando de una noción de pueblo rusoniana, robesperiana, no, es como tirarse peos nomás. El huevón se está tirando puro peo aquí. Y además la guillotina, no es que simbólicamente la guillotina... Bueno, no te preocupes, Seba. Guillotina Kun no existe, no puede hacerte daño. ¿Ya? Por favor. Es una crítica tan deshonesta. Y es que es deshonesta porque el mismo Oscar en este video explica de dónde mira las weas, que es una postura heideggeriana, que uno puede tener todas las críticas que pueda pensar sobre la postura heideggeriana. Por ejemplo, para mí, Parménides no estaba pensando en algo distinto, muy distinto a lo que planteaba Platón y Aristóteles, el ser del ente. Porque que piense el ser en sí mismo, para mí en esa época, no sé, me suena un poco raro. Pero yo no sé griego, yo no soy Heidegger, yo no sé griego. Pero no tendería a creer que se refería a algo tan distinto. Heidegger piensa que sí. Y son ese tipo de cosas que uno podría tirar como dardo y decir, mira, yo no pienso esto y esto otro tampoco lo pienso. Pero bueno, no, Robespierre, no, la guillotina. ¿Por qué? Porque dijo pueblo. Bueno, dijo pueblo porque Dios dijo pueblo. Entonces quiere guillotinar gente porque dijo pueblo. Pero bueno,
sigamos.
Gente a eso.
Voy a almorzar. Nos vemos a la tarde. Chao, chao.